Yes, family, lodge up yourself, pick up yourself, your host, Slash Hope on the 1 and 2, bringing the new vibes. You know how we do. Yes, family, your boy Slash Shalom on the tracks. You know how we do. We keep it funky around here. It's still a vibes, you dig? Have it on this cool. It's the vibes. It's a blood vibes. Yes, family, still in synchronization, yeah? Let's go. Shout out Malachi Maccabee, giving us a good, excellent jump session today. You know what I mean? It's confirmed. It has been confirmed that Paul, yes, but I wrote about big heads, yes? I wrote about big heads, yeah? Say Iman. Well, I got a whole bunch of tracks, Iman. Let me know. I got some groovy shit if you want to have us look at the music. I can give you a couple of those tracks you just select. Whichever one feels the podcast. It's a block vibes. The sacrifices, we showed and proved that the sacrifices and the burnt offerings and the peace offerings and all these offerings that we read about in the Bible, only to find out that none of it come from the Creator. What's the story? Yeah, all of it, you know what I mean, don't come from the Creator. All this time when you read the book of Leviticus, you're looking at these sacrifices, thinking that shit coming from the Creator. No. These goddamn deities were created. So technically, if you really think about it, the whole priesthood of Aaron is not a void. Just muffin hush. The whole priesthood of Aaron is not a void then. You know what I mean? So if the Creator don't require blood sacrifice, who were the priests of Aaron offering these sacrifices too. You got niggas out here today trying to be priests like Aaron. Trying to create priesthoods. For what? Which one of you niggas gonna go cut some goats and offer a sacrifice to God in this day and age? I see Rabbi Yahushua in Israel, he do it every Passover. He be gutting them lambs. But even they carrying on Aaron priesthood tradition to this day. Although, Passover was supposed to be a memorable thing, keep the observation throughout your generations. But goddamn, I don't think he said every year to kill a goddamn lamb. That lamb was a one-time event in Israel. In Egypt. These niggas been goddamn cutting goat ever since. They got to question their God, bro. Muffin, come here. Come here. Come here, no need. Come here, baby. Come here. Goddamn dog's going crazy. Come here, Boogie. Where's she at? Come here. Now you, Muffin. Come here, Muffin. What's up? Where's that big man? Priest over what temple and what land? Exactly. What is the purpose of the priesthood? You know what I mean? God created the animals only for you to kill them and offer it up to him as a sweet savior? That ain't making no sense. That's the question. And that goes for these Israelites today who's trying to uphold a priesthood. You know what I mean? The shit sound good, priests be priests. It sound good. Yes, I man is a priest. It sounds good, but what y'all niggas really doing? What y'all offering? You know what I'm saying? Niggas are still offering sacrifices to Moloch. Is that what we doing? I see the family in the building. I see the family chiming in. Elijah, I see you. Christmas, family. What y'all getting for Christmas? What y'all getting for Christmas? Who playing Santa? Yeah. They love their lamb chops, y'all. They're gonna continue to spill lambs until memoriam end. The watch be correct on what Moses actually set up for Israel to follow. It's interesting. I see it in the Awaspi, it says that Moses created the Leviticus law for the strangers, for the Leviticans. So the Leviticans brought a lot of shame to the Israelites. So what we have in the Bible is mainly the Levitican law, the priesthood. But the oral tradition that the Awaspi talk about orally, that was spoken mouth to ear, orally, that shit was kept secret. Nobody knew what was read. Nobody knew what was said unless you was initiated into the oral tradition. And it said that the angels came in Sargos and communicate with mortals, and mortals learned from the angels through oral tradition or oral communication. There wasn't too much writing down shit. You know what I mean? So, something to consider. Which priesthood do you follow? Which doctrine do you follow? The doctrine of the priesthood or the doctrine of the Orvalites? The priesthood doctrine is the Leviticus doctrine. The priesthood. The whole book of Levi is dealing with nothing but sacrifices and offerings. You diggy. Hold on. Shout out to Malachi Mack and be putting that pain, man. We got the illest squad over here. Creative Gang is the illest squad. I don't think nobody can fuck with this show. Check it. The laws of burnt offering. See that? The Lord called unto Moses and spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, speaking unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, if any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, ye shall bring your offering of cattle, even the herbs and of the flock. So right here it's talking about the Lord is telling Israel, if you bring a burnt offering, or if you bring an offering, this is what you bring animals. So you got to question this Lord, man. Question the God. You got to question these gods, yo. You just can't believe these niggas because in one breath they're telling you one thing and in another breath they're telling you something else. Question the gods. Let me see. Let me go to where that Leviticus. Not Leviticus. I'm in the book of the Owaspa. When I first came across the Owaspi, the veteran who put me onto it called it the Owaspa. So I was running around screaming Owaspa for a minute. You got that Owaspa? Niggas ain't know it either, so they saying Owaspa too. I'm like, hey. All right, so check it. Let me find this right here. Let's go to the book of the Ark of Bond, chapter 20. The Ark of Bond, chapter 20. Shout out Pam, putting that pain. Morning teachings. If y'all want to get some early morning inspiration, listen to the sister and Pam, awaken to the truth, dropping that knowledge, go into them plates. You know how we do. We dissect everything to the lowest common denominator till we end up with that pearl in the gem. You know what I mean? All right. Book of the Ark of Bond 20. Let's go to book of the Ark of Bond 20. Moshe. Let's go to Moshe. Shout out to Hilltop, man. Shashom the Hilltop, my nigga. That nigga be having me cracking up when he be messing up on the words. That's my dude, though, so check it. This is the Ark of Bond, chapter 20. And Moses called together the heads and the rabbis privately and spoke before them, saying, what I have taken up upon me, O Jehovah, behold, your sons and daughters have followed me out of Egypt. How shall I bind them to you and not to me, O my Father? Jehovah said to me, Moses, Moses, what I say to you, say to the rabbis and to the heads, saying to them, not Moses, nor the heads, nor the rabbis brought you out of Egypt. You were brought out by the Creator, Jehovah, who is God of all, captain of all, head of all, rabbi of all. See that? See, Jehovah is letting you know he is the God of all, the creator of all, the captain, the God of gods, the Lord of lords, the King of kings. Only the Creator could proclaim those things. You see what I'm saying? Only the Creator could tell you these things. And now, hold up. I was going to use a precept to this. Jeremiah. Let me go to Jeremiah real quick. Let me go to Jeremiah. Damn, what is it? Jeremiah? Jeremiah 7:22, for I spoke not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifice. So here in Jeremiah, this can be a precept to this verse in the Owaspi, where Jehovah said to Moses, 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 what I say to you, say to the rabbis and to the heads, saying to them, not Moses, nor the heads, nor the rabbis brought you out of Egypt. You were brought out by the Creator, Jehovah. See that right there? Let's get that. He says, you were brought out by Jehovah, your Creator. So we go to Jeremiah. We come back to Jeremiah. This is the Creator speaking to Jeremiah. For I have spoke not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the Egypt. See that? In the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt. You were brought out by the Creator, Jehovah. See that? And this is the difference when I said earlier about all the miraculous miracles that was going on in the land. Why did not God use those same miraculous miracles when conquering the land of Canaan? So right here, the Owaspi is letting you know when the Israelites was leaving Egypt, they was inspired by the Creator. So how do they go from Creator to following these false gods? But check it. Where am I? All right. For in this I have drawn the line between my people and my enemies, the adulterers of men, because of signs and miracles. The adulterers make a man god of their magicians and worship them. But who was like you, Moses, my son, in miracles? Who can match you in the magnitude of your proceedings? But look what they say here. They make man gods of their adulterers. The adulterers make a man god of their magicians and worship them. See that? Niggas doing magic. And they're like, oh, snap, son just walked on water. Let's worship him. We can't do it. He's Jesus. Worship him. Oh, snap. He just split the Nile River. And Pharaoh walked over based off what the magician did. Let's worship him. See that? The adulterers make a man god of their magicians and worship them. But who is like you, Moses, my son, in miracles, who can match you in the magnitude of your proceedings, who led forth my millions and delivered them out of great power without loss of a man, woman, or child? Look at that. Look at that. Key point here. Key point here. Without loss of a man, woman, or child. But when y'all ran up in the land of Canaan, 18,000 niggas is dying under the hand of God. But in this instance, God didn't allow one Hebrew to get slaughtered when they was in Egypt. So why he changed his mind all of a sudden and now y'all protected and all in the land of Egypt? Y'all know nothing happened to nobody, man, woman, or child, Hebrew, Israelite. But then when y'all get into the land of Canaan, all of a sudden y'all meeting y'all demise. You got a question of gods. But I declare to you, you shall do a greater miracle than any of these, for you shall preserve yourselves from becoming an idol before men. For you shall proclaim me to your people in all things, teaching them that ye are only a man, and your heads and your rabbis shall likewise teach them the same. For I will put away all adultery from the face of the earth. So here you have it that they're being taught through Moses to let them know, like, yo, don't worship me. I'm just a man. Don't get all worked up because you see these miracles done through my hand. But the unseen creator is the one that is allowing me to do this. So don't get it confused. That's what he got to clear up to the people. Because if you go out there and see a nigga levitating, splitting the sea, doing all these type of miraculous things, you're going to tend to feel like, oh, that's God. Look what he can do. Let's worship him. Because we quick to worship some shit. We so accustomed to worshiping images and idols that if all we need to see is a nigga do some miracles and we dropping our face to the ground. Neither will I have kings nor queens. I am sufficient for all men. Now keep in mind, this is during the time of Moses. He says, neither will I have kings. Didn't Israel have a time period for over 400 years where they had the reign of kings? King David, King Hezekiah, King Solomon. Neither will I have kings nor queens. So by the time Israel had kings or queens, who were they worshiping? Because they damn sure wasn't dealing with Creator, because Creator said, I am only king. Neither will I have kings nor queen. I am only queen. Positive and negative, masculine and feminine. It says, I am sufficient for all men. And look what it states here. As Abraham apportioned my people into families, communities, with rabbis and with chief rabbis, so shall ye reestablish them. See that? You don't even know you're reestablishing the Abrahamic tradition. Living in communities. See that? And Abraham is an offshoot of the Zarathustra communities. So technically it's Zarathustra, Abraham, Moshe. That's the lineage of this tradition. Zarathustra was a Persian, Abraham was a Persian. If Moses is the descendant of these people, that means Moses' bloodline will be Persian, although living in Egypt. And likewise with the Israelites. So it's a chain reaction of the Zarathustrian culture and custom to Abraham following the custom and culture, and then now to Moses. So these Israelites thinking they got something new, not knowing it's a hand-me-down tradition that's been going on for centuries, generations. My commandments, which I give to Abraham, I give to you. See that? And I will reestablish my crescent with my rabbis, and my crescent shall be the fullness of the law, of my law, for the rabbis and chief rabbis. Where you headed, man? What's that? All right. Yes, family. Let me let the rhythm run while we chat it up. Yes. Oh, I forgot I can't play that. Well, that'll play. All right, so check it. Moses said, I cried to Jehovah, saying, how shall it be with this square at high noon? And the angel of Jehovah speaking in the Father's name said, to the northeast, God, to the northwest, Lord, to the northwest, to the southwest, Lord, to the northwest, Baal, to the southeast, Ashtoreth, for Osiris is dead already. They're talking about the four false gods that are lodged in the four dark corners. And this is actually this, if you want to talk about the Masonic Lodge, this is what they're talking about in this verse. Let me reference it in the Owaspi in the book of what's that book in Cosmogony and Prophecy, where it referenced that. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Show y'all. It talks about the four dark corners. It's a blood cleat vibes. Let me see here. All right. Here we go. Boom. Let me see. Check this. Now, these lodges, even the Masonic Lodge and all this, still comes from the spiritual world. It's still angelical in root. So, like, where's that what I was referring to? All right, here go right here. Right here. It's in verse 5. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 11, verse 5. But within the verse, it talks about the four lodges. Here we go, right here. Right here. So it says, there are four heads of the beast. See, in Cosmogony and Prophecy, when they're talking about the four heads of the beast, when it talks about every cycle, four angels rise up to try to take over the lower heavens and the dominion of the earth. And these are called the four heads of the beast. They're lodged in the four corners, meaning in each continent, it's a false god that's trying to take over the world. So we in the West, we in America, you got a false god over here, you got a false god in India, you got a false god in China, Russia, Africa. So they're surrounding the planet. So check it. There are four heads of the beast. They are always stationed in the four corners of the lodge. This is Masonic. Why in the four corners? Now, let me just get that part right there. We'll come back to the why. But let me just show and cross-reference that this is the same thing that Moshe was talking about. There are four heads of the beast. There are always stations in the four corners of the lodge. So now when we come back here, it says Moses said, I cried to Jehovah saying, how shall it be with the square and at high noon? This is what he's referring to. What we would consider this Masonic Lodge, or this lodge that they're talking about, this is what Moses is talking about. And the angel of Jehovah spoke in the Father's name, said, to the northeast, that's one corner, is God, El. To the southwest, that's another corner, is Lord. To the northwest is another corner, Baal. And to the southeast is the last corner, Ashtoreth. These are the four corners, or the four lodges of the beast that is referencing here in Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 11, verse 5. They are four heads of the beast. They are always stationed in the four corners of the lodge. Now let me get this other verse where it states, I think that's in Book of Judgment. Let me see real quick. No, not a book of judgment. That may be in the book of S. Yes, family, we're vibing. Yes. Be getting it in. Let me just look for this one verse to coincide with what we're reading right there. Yeah. You know, precept upon precept here, a little there, a little. You know how I like to do it. Bring it all out. So let me show you. Let me get this verse right quick. Hold tight, hold tight. Everybody, hold tight. I'm super like my man Cat, because you know my flow's jam-packed. What y'all know about that? All right, here we go. Let me see. 1 minute. Find this verse, this precept to go with this. You know how we do. All right, so we're going to go to the book of S, Daughter of Jehovah, chapter 8, 8:17. Book of S. So let me get another precept to go with this concept of these 4 false gods and the 4 lodges, the 4 heads of the beast. All this coincide with the Masonic lodge. All this shit really come from the angels. All this shit really come from the angels. All these orders, the Masonic order, even the Osirian system, all that shit comes from, the Masonic order, all that comes from there. All that comes from there. All right, let me get book of S. Chapter 8:17. All right, we're going to go to S 8:17. Bong. Bong, look what we have here. Look what we have here. Look what it say right here. Book of S, Daughter of Jehovah, chapter 8, verse 17. The 4 false gods will fight you to the death. Only after they go down in hell can Jehovah's kingdom come. See that? But coming back to what I was saying with the 4 false gods. These 4 false gods. What did it say here? There are 4 heads of the beast. What did Moshe say? What did Moshe say? How shall it be with the square and at high noon? The square is referring to the 4 heads of the beast in the 4 corners. So all this is coinciding. There are 4 heads of the beast. They are always stationed at the 4 corners of the lodge. Why in the 4 corners? Let's get that. Let's get that out the way real quick. Let's read that. Because of darkness upon them, they profess peace but practice war. Do not all these religions do that? They profess peace. Islam profess peace but practice war. Islam mean peace but practice war. Christianity, Yeshua, Jesus, a man of peace, but Christians practice war. How are they numbered? 1, 11, 66, 66, and 666. The number of the beast. So the number of the beast, they have numerical value. That's why a lot of people deal with gematria, who deal with numerology. They'll show you these numbers that adds up when dealing with like the Illuminati. We're already familiar with 666 being the number of the beast. So they're letting you know there's other numbers, 111, 911. You see what I'm saying? They do things on these numbers. So now, look what it states. Let's run it from the top. Because of darkness upon them, they profess peace but practice war. Who are they? How are they numbered? 1, 11, 66, 666, the number of the beast. In your name, we are assembled, O Jehovah. Give us strength, wisdom, and love so that we may avoid the fatal numbers and that we may glorify you and your dominion. Amen. So even if you are in the Masonic Lodge, you're going to be taught and you're going to be aware. I'm talking about the real Masonic Lodge of the Creator. The Creator's Masonic Lodge. The Lodge of the Creator is what we're talking about. Because you're going to be exposed to these 4 false gods and their numbers and how to avoid them. So again, these are the 4 heads of the beast. And coming back here, look what it states here. The 4 false gods will fight you to the death. Only after that, after they go down in hell, can Jehovah's kingdom come. And look what it states. On all planetary worlds, it is always the same. Certain 4 false gods rise up to possess the corporeal world and her heavens. Look, what did it say? They will profess truth, but practice falsehood. Profess peace, but practice war. What did it say right here in cosmogony? What did it say? What did the beast will do? Profess peace, but practice war. What did the Owaspi say in the book of S? They will profess truth, but practice falsehood. These are the Masonic lodges Owaspi is exposing. It's exposing the nature of the lodge right here in the book, because these Masons profess to practice peace, but practice war. They appear to give us truth, but hold back the truth and want to supplement it and give us falsehood. But the very book is showing you this. What's going on with these 4 false gods that coincide with the 4 lodges in the Masonic order. So again, it states what? Look what it states here. They will entice mortals and angels to all manner of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. Yes, they will even assume that they themselves are Jehovah, the veritable creator. See that? These false gods will assume to be the creator. This is in the Owaspi. So what is this telling you? These fake Masonic lodges is going to profess to serve and be Jehovah. And that's what you had for the last 2,000 years, ever since you had your Bible. You had a Jehovah in the Bible that's professing to be a God of war, that's professing peace, no bloodshed, then inspiring bloodshed. You have a God that's telling you, thou shalt not murder and kill, inspiring the tribes of Israel and the tribes of Benjamin to kill brother and sister, to kill brother against brother, their own tribes with no other. This is the Jehovah in the Bible telling you this. But the Owaspi comes with another revelation under the name of Jehovah to clear up the false Jehovahs of past, who's been claiming to be Jehovah. That's why it states they will entice mortals and angels to all manner of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. Yes, they will even yet assume that they themselves are Jehovah, the veritable creator. And that's what you have now. You have a false God assuming to be the creator. We're dealing with one false God in the West, which is Luama. Then we got another false God professing to be creator, Allah, in the East named Jibril or Allah. And then you got other false gods further east in India and China that we don't really dip into like that because we mainly deal with Islam and Christianity. You know what I mean? Basically, Africa from Mesopotamia coming back to Africa, Europe, and America. That's where we really deal with the history. But not too many of us really indulge hard body into the East Indian literature and China's literature to know what type of deities and gods. And the Owaspi even shows and exposed that. But I'm just talking about on a normal level. When you're dealing with typical Bible believers, they don't really know about the East Zarathustra and these other religions out there that got other deities and gods. So the Owaspi is letting you know right off the rip that when Moses stated, Moses, I cried to Jehovah. Moses said, I cried to Jehovah saying, how shall it be with the square and at high noon? See, Moses was aware of this. He was aware of these lodges. You know why Moses was aware of these lodges? Because he was taught in the wisdom of the Egyptians. They started this shit. That whole Masama, Hiram Habifid, Solomon's temple, that's bullshit. This shit come out of Egypt. You remember, Israel piggybacks off of Egypt. Remember, Moses was learning all the wisdom of the Egyptians. So he would have been aware of the lodges. You see the temples in Egypt, the spirit chambers, the temple of Osiris, you got the temple at Luxor. All these niggas, all this shit come out of Egypt. Egypt's are the master masons. Ain't no mason built a better pyramid. I mean, built nothing that could top the pyramids. Solomon's temple ain't got shit on the pyramids. Though nothing on the goddamn planet got shit on them 3 pyramids, Khufu, Khafre, and Nekhare, however you pronounce them niggas' names. Ain't no pyramid, ain't no Masonic stone building fucking with the pyramids. That shit's still looking glorious in this day and age. Let alone if you would have seen it in its prime, how glorious that thing would have been looking with a gold dome with the icing on the cake. Come on, man. They saying that, man, when the pyramids was in its glory, you could see that thing from miles away coming into Egypt. See that gold temple shining. So the true Masonic order comes out of Kemet, piggybacked off of Moshe, piggybacked off of Solomon, piggybacked off the Knights Templars, and here we are today. This shit been filtered through generations. One order, one system, one order, but different gods. That's why in Moses' day, Moses raised the question, how should it be with the square and high noon? And the angel spoke. The angel of Jehovah spoke in the Father's name To the northeast, God, El. To the southwest, Lord, Adonai. To the northwest, Baal. And to the southeast, Ashtoreth, for Osiris is dead. When they say Osiris is dead, meaning that he was cast in hell. He out the game. You know, we on the court, nigga caught an ankle sprain. They had to take him out the game. He can't play no more. So Moses at this time was cast in hell. Let me lock this door real quick. Hold on, fam. Yes, family. So Osiris sprained his ankle in the game. That nigga went for a three-pointer. Nigga got smushed, got mushed. Somebody stepped on his ankle. He sprained his ankle. Osiris out the game, but the game's still going on with Baal, El, Adonai, and these other false gods, Ashtoreth. So he raised the question about the square. The square is the four false gods of the four corners of the lodge. There are four heads of the beast. Precept upon precept here, little there, little. There are four heads of the beast. Four false gods rise up to possess the corporeal world. The four false gods, look, the four false gods will fight thee to the death. These niggas ain't playing. We exposing these gods. These niggas trying to fight us to the death to exposing these niggas. So you got four false gods. They are four heads of the beast. And when Moses says, how is it with the square? Square is four corners. And then to get the next precept with that, you know, and what I said, is that an Owaski prelude? Okay, yeah. And what does it say here? What does it say here? Hold up. What does it say here? Where that? Y'all know how we do. Hold up. This when the beast, there you go right there. Look. The beast divided itself into four great heads. See that? See the precept upon precept in the Owaski where it's letting you know about these four heads of the beast, these four false god stations in the four corners of the world, in their lodge being a kingdom. And the beast divided itself into four great heads and possessed the earth. And men fell down and worshiped the beast. And this is the beast of today. The names of the beast were Brahma, Buddha, Christian, and Muhammadans. These are the four heads of the beast today. But look what the four heads of the beast was during Moses' time. The four heads of the beast during Moses' time was who? Look. El, Adonai, Baal, Ashtoreth. But in our time, the heads of the beast are Brahma, Buddha, Christian, Muhammadan. And it states what? The names of the heads of the beast. Huh? The beast divided itself into four heads. See that? The beast divided itself into four heads. The four false gods will fight you to the death. So you know the beast is referring to these false gods. They are the four heads of the beast. To the north, God, to the south, Lord, to the northwest, to the southwest, Lord, to the northwest, Baal, to the southeast, Ashtoreth. So they're letting you know that the four heads of the beast are four false gods. And the reason why they classify them as beasts is because of the lower nature of what they profess. Because right here, they're classified as beasts because of right here. Man in service to the beast gave 1/6 of his life and his labor to war and standing armies, and 1/3 to dissipation and drunkenness. This was the sixth era. So the nature of the beast is man's lower self, dealing with his carnal self, dealing with warfare, destruction, intoxications. So when we're talking about the four heads of the beast, the four lodges, the Masonic lodge, it's talking about the four false gods throughout history. Because like it states here, on all planetary worlds, see that? We're not just talking about the earth. Wherever there's celestial bodies that's inhabited, and man is at a point where they're giving spiritual information or religion to say, it says what? On all planetary worlds, it is always the same. Certain four false gods rise up to possess the corporeal worlds and our heavens. They profess truth, but practice falsehood. Profess peace, but practice war. They will entice mortals and angels to all manner of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. Yes, they will even yet assume that they themselves are Jehovah, the veritable creator, and they will inspire mortals to consider them as such. See that? The Jehovah you believe in the Bible is a false god, a man, a god of war, a God who's telling the Israelites to kill the Benjamites, a God who is encouraging the killing of suckling and infants, a God who told you a lie about cursed be Canaan when these people didn't even exist, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and Noah. That's the Jehovah of the Bible who gave you that. Look, and when your people profess Jehovah and are not them, behold, they will inspire others to fall upon your people to destroy them or torture them with great suffering. So the true followers of the Creator who out here screaming like, yo, man, you ain't worshiping the Creator, you worshiping these false gods. They get stoned to death. Just like Yahshua. They stoned Yahshua to death because Yahshua was what? Yahshua professed Creator. And they stoned him to death. Let's get that. Let's get Yahshua when he got stoned to death because he was professing Creator. He exposed these false gods, these deceitful gods. Yes, let's get it. Right there. Right here. Right here. Look. This is Yahshua. This is in the book of Esther, chapter 44, verse 35. Now it came to pass that Yahshua went into Jerusalem to preach. And not many days after that, he was accused of what? Preaching Jehovah. Look, he was accused of preaching Jehovah. What did it state over here? What did it state? And when your people profess Jehovah and not them, behold, they will inspire others to fall upon your people to destroy them or torture them with great suffering. What did they do to Yahshua when he started professing? When he professed the preachings of Jehovah, they wasn't worshiping Yahuwah. They was worshiping El Elohim Adonai, the false gods. And Yahshua came in Jerusalem preaching Jehovah. And what happened to him? He was arrested. And while being carried to prison, he said, "Ye are hypocrites and blasphemers. You practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan." This is what Yahshua, the preacher of Jehovah, is telling the Pharisees, the worshipers of the false gods, the Masonic gods, the gods stationed in the lodge. He telling them niggas, y'all niggas ain't practicing the commandments, but all the evils of Satan. What is the nature of the beast? What did it state the nature of the beast would be? What did it state right here? They will entice mortals and angels to all manner of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. See that? See that? They will incite mortals and angels to all manner of evils. They inspire, who is the mortal? They are inspiring the Pharisees to all manner of evils in the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. So when they killed Yahshua, that's exactly what they were doing. That's what Yahshua said, ye are hypocrites, blasphemers. You practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan, because they're inspired by these false god stations in the false corners. There are four false gods. There are four heads of the beast. They are always stationed in the four corners of the lodge. Why in the four corners? Why? Because of darkness upon them. They profess peace but practice war. See that? They profess peace but practice war. What did it state right here? They will incite mortals and angels to all manner of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. See that? And it came to pass that Yahshua went into Jerusalem to preach. And not many days after that, he was accused of preaching Jehovah. Just imagine that. It's like today. If you run a red light, you're going to get a ticket, got to go to court. It's like that back then. If you out there preaching Jehovah, oh, this nigga preaching Jehovah, he's preaching an invincible, incomprehensible entity. Oh, we can't have that. Write that nigga a ticket. Arrest him. That's how serious it was back then. Look what it states here. This is what Baal was doing to niggas. First, the god Baal, and after him thought inspired the kings and rulers against these faithists. See, Baal inspired his people against the Israelites of the first century, and thought the same nigga who inspired Islam is inspiring the kings and rulers. Wasn't Horeb a goddamn ruler in the first century? What did they say? First, the god Baal, and after him thought inspired the kings and rulers against these faithists, or these Israelites. And look what it states. And they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh, even swine's flesh, which, if they refuse, was sufficient testimony under the laws to convict them of being enemies against the gods, the Elohim. See that? They letting you know during the first century, nigga, they wasn't worshiping Yahuwah the Creator. They was worshiping gods that allowed the eating of flesh, swine. These niggas eating swine. And the Lord speak against swine, but these niggas out here eating swine now. In the state of what? So they were scourged and put to death whenever found. You know what I mean? Them niggas was living in some horrendous times. That's the service of the beast, though. And man in service of the beast gave 1/6 of his life and his labor to war and standing armies, and 1/3 to dissipation and drunkenness. This was the 6th era. See that? See that? So when Jeremiah was saying that in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, he says, for I spoke not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifice. So the God that is allowing the burnt offerings and sacrifice is one of the false gods. One of these false gods in one of the lodges. Practicing motherfucking, proclaiming to practice peace, but practicing war. Thou shalt not murder, but go ahead and take that nigga head off. That's what they do. That's how you know the characteristics of the false gods, by what they profess. Coming back to Moses. To this end, then, prepare a place for tonight, so that the Great Spirit may bless us. The rabbi and the heads said, it is well. And when it was night, Moses with the rabbi and the heads went aside, placing sentinels so they would be alone. And when they were thus prepared, the light of Jehovah came upon Moses. This is the real way. This is the real way he got the information. This is how he really got it. And the books of the ancients were opened before him. Where these books come from? Where did these ancient books that they talk about here come from? It said the books of the ancients were opened before him. Where did that shit come from? Where did these ancient books come from? Let me show you something. Precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. Ain't that right, man? Like I'm Maccabee. We surgical with this bitch, Jake. Watch this. Right here. Boom. Ravata. Let's get this. Watch this. Boom. Let's come up. Boom. Where we at? Boom. What Jaja say right here, family? What Jaja say? God said, be wise, O man, in the words of your God. My records do not come up out of the ground, nor from the books of mortals. But what? I open my heavenly libraries. Let's stop right there. Let's bring it over. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. What happened? The books of the ancients were opened before him, before Moses. Precept, what did it say? I open my heavenly libraries. See that? It's records in the heavens, just like we got records on earth in libraries. If you want to go look up Christopher Columbus, nigga, you could go to the library and go do some research and find records from that day. Same thing in heaven. But look what the Jaja say. Look what God say. My records do not come up out of the ground of mortals, nor from the books of mortals. What did it say? The books of the ancients were opened before him. These books of the ancients didn't come through mortals. Ain't no nigga go up to Moses and say, hey, here go the ancient books of the, here go the books of the ancients, Moses. No. Come back up. What did it stay up here? What did it stay? And when they were thus prepared, what it states? The light of Jehovah came upon Moses. The light of Jehovah. Not no man, not no angel. The light of the Creator shadowed upon Moshe. And what? The books. It says the books of the ancients were opened before him. What are the books of the ancients? My records do not come up out of the ground, nor from the books of mortals. What do? I open my heavenly libraries. See that? I open my heavenly libraries. Let's get another precept on top of that. Precept here, little there, little. Let's go to the book of Jehovah, chapter 8. Let's go to the book of Jehovah, chapter 8, verse 1. What Jaja say? What Jaja say? Jehovah said, God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven of his dominion and those of his lords. And he and they shall enjoin it upon their successors forever to keep a what? Like record. See that? It's records. See that? God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven. These records are dealing with the libraries. Libraries are records. Huh? And what it states? In the time of my harvest, a copy of these records shall be taken up to my Etherian kingdoms and filed with my Orion chiefs and archangels in the roadway of the travel of the great serpent, the solar system, for their deliberation regarding the progress and management of the inhabitation of the earth and her heavens. See that? Filed. Where do you file books at? In a goddamn library? In a library. So when it states here, I open my heavenly libraries, and then when it states here, my records do not come up out of the ground, nor from the books of mortals. So when we come back to to Moses, it states that the light of Jehovah came upon Moses, and the books of the ancients were opened before him. See that? And he administered Emethachavah, order of faith. Order of faith. Emath, faith. And one of these is order. He says he administered Emethachavah upon them. By the voice of Jehovah, he reestablished. See that? Reestablished. Ain't nothing new. He reestablished with all the rites and ceremonies as they are to this day. And after that, the heads were no longer called heads, but chief rabbis. For Moses anointed them by command of Jehovah. See that? In the Owaspi, he got the revelation from Jehovah by the light of Jehovah upon him. Not by the angel of heaven. See that? Not by the angel of heaven. Right here it says, look. It says here, the angel of Jehovah spoke in the Father's name. See that? So this is an angel representing the Father talking to Moshe. But when we come down to the actual revelation, it states here, the light of Jehovah came upon Moses. Ain't no angel come to Moses. And the books of the ancients were opened before him. And he, meaning Moses, administered Emethachavah upon them. Upon who? The rabbis. By the voice of Jehovah. See that? See that? So the light of Jehovah came upon Moses. And then from that point, by the voice of Jehovah. No angels involved here. directly inspired by Creator was Moses dealing with. While in the Bible, it was the angel that spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai that gave Moses the commandment. But here in the Owaspy, Jehovah's light shadowed upon Moses directly, and the voice of Jehovah spoke to Moses directly. Backdrop. So now, and in not many days, look, and in not many days, Moses wrote the Levitican laws. The Levitican laws came after this particular experience that he had right here, when he administered Emethachavah, order of faith, is upon them. And you know that had to be a oral order that was given. You know it was oral. Niggas ain't writing this shit down. This is mouth to ear direct, the information given. It says the light of Jehovah came to Moses, and the books of the ancients were opened before him, and he administered Emethachavah upon them. And he reestablished. And by the voice, he reestablished it. So he reestablished the order right here in this verse. But then in this verse, he's reestablishing the order of Emethachavah. But then in this verse, he's letting you know, in not many days, Moses wrote the Leviticus laws. So these are the difference between the laws. You got the oral law, the direct law from the light of the Creator, and then you got the Leviticus law, which you have in your Bible. And it explains it right here. And in not many days, Moses wrote the Levitican laws. For the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. Now let's stop right there. The inner temple of Jehovah, right here. The inner temple of Jehovah was the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. That's this event that took place up here. That's this event. Spoken words only. Look. By the voice of Jehovah, he reestablished it. By the voice. Memorizing. He ain't write down shit. They're dealing with this mouth to ear orally. That's why they distinguished it right here from the Leviticus law to say that in not many days Moses wrote. See, he wrote now. He's writing. He ain't writing up here. Up here, he's dealing with the voice orally. Down here now, he's writing. So here you have the written tradition, the Leviticus law, and up here you have the oral law. Speaking directly from the Creator. Moses speaking through Moses, and these niggas is writing. So now again, see, I get the hold up. Damn, I done pressed the wrong button. How the hell I get back here? All right, so where we are right here. So again, and in not many days Moses wrote the Levitican laws. For the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. But the outer temple, now keep in mind, this inner temple and outer temple, this is the Masonic order right here. This is the lodge. And keep in mind, Moses is coming out of Kemet, coming out of ancient Egypt, where they had their lodges as well. See that? Let's get that. Precept upon precept here, little there, little. When we look at the rites of Anubai and all that, that's the Masonic order right there. That's where it's rooted at. Let's get that. What it said in the Book of Wars Against Jehovah? Yes. Book of Wars Against Jaja. Right here. Right here. All this right here. Like when they established in the Book of Wars Against Jehovah before the false gods took over, this was it right here. This is where the whole Masonic order, the lodge and all that we know about today, it started with the Jehovians first, or the Creator's angels. Let me just start from here. God spoke in the council of Cryoshavah relating what Jehovah had said to him. And the council then ratified the commandments of Jehovah. And Achili was selected and made sub-god of Midi with the title Anubai, signifying meditator and judge of grades. This is the root of where all this the Masonic order, the lodge, all this stems from this time period with the wars against Jehovah and the establishment of the Anubis rites and ceremonies. And God said, Anubis shall have a badge and a pair of scales. With my own hands I will invest him. And accordingly, through his kingdom of Cryoshavah, God, under the commandment of Jehovah, duly established the place, kingdom, person, and the badge of office. And the term of office was made to correspond with God and his lords. Thus put upon the throne in the heavenly place, Midi was Anubai, who had been a Chungli, an angel of 1,000 years in the colleges of Jehovah, most wise, full of love, and industrious. So now, let me get down to the nitty-gritty of the rites. So all this is the pre-establishment before it comes to the earth. So like right here. Now this time period is 4th millennium BC, because the first 200 years of the 23rd arc cycle was under the inspiration of the Creator before Enuhasaj rose up and did what he did. So the first 200 years from 3953 BC to 3753 BC is the first 200 years of the 23rd arc cycle. Pre-pyramid is what we're talking about. And so it gives you a description about that time period within the first 200 years. Because this time period is the Nakada phase of Egypt. And during the Nakada period, you don't see no warfare. The only time you start seeing warfare is toward the ending of the Nakada period, which is around 3100 BC, when you see Narmer rising up, fighting off the Asiatics. But prior to 3100 BC, coming back to 4th millennium BC, 41, 42, 43, 44 millennium BC, you see no warfare. And that coincides with this time period, what I'm about to read right here. And the harmony of heaven reigned on earth. War ceased among men and all the divisions of the earth. And man began to esteem wisdom, truth, virtue, and industry. The inspiration of the angels set man to imitate the affairs of heaven. He built schools, colleges, nurses, hospitals, factories for cloth of silk, linen and cotton, and for paper, and for making glass, leather, and for smelting iron, copper, silver, and gold. 3 great people sprang up of the earth within 200 years. See that? Within 200 years. And this 200 years I'm talking about is from basically 4th millennium BC to 3700 millennium BC. He said within 200 years, he says 3 great people sprang up on the earth within 200 years. In Japheth, in Avindia, and in Arabia, and the 4th great people were overspreading Hellas in every quarter. And the kings of Hellas were sending immigrants by thousands and thousands to Europe. Now this right here is referring to the Etruscans, the Mycenaeans, Anatolians. Those people were dark skinned. But this is basically, they Asiatic. These are the same people coming in from Mesopotamia, Persia, coming into these regions. It's the same people. All right, so check this. Scoot down. Look what it say coming back. In 200 years, there were in Japheth 3 million Faithists. In Arabia, there were 2 million Faithists. And in Vindia, there were 4 million Faithists. In Gautama, there were 1 million Faithists. But look again, they're talking about that first 200 years. It's stressing that first 200 years because that first 200 years, they was under the inspiration of the Creator in those time periods. And look what it states here. Hold on. But the Faithists were mostly poor people and inhabited many far apart regions. See that? So the chosen people were mainly poor. But look what it says about the king's people. But the king's people were rich, had large cities, and abundance of elephants, horses, camels, asses, and cheetahs. That's like the pharaohs. Huh? The Faithists had little learning as to books and instruments for measuring the stars and moon and sun. See that? The Faithists wasn't scientists. They wasn't scientific. Look how they derived their knowledge from. They derived their knowledge from the angels of the Lord. Look how that's how they got their information. They derived their knowledge from the angels of the Lord. But they was of what? Little learning when it came to what? Books, instruments for measuring sun, moon, and stars. They wasn't dealing with science. We deal with science today. We measure the stars. We real scientifical today. But the Faithists, they derive their knowledge from the angels of the Lord. Huh? Mouth, to ear to mouth. That's how they got their knowledge. They communicating with the angels. This is the lodge. The faithist knowledge pertain mostly to perfecting the soul, but the knowledge of the king's people pertain mostly to earthly matters and to the gratification of self. So it's showing you the difference between the faithists and the king's people. Now it's stated, the Anubai labor on earth was to win the disaffected of the king's people into association as far as possible, bring them into the rights of the faithists. This is the real original order right here. This is the real order right here, the rights of the faithists. That's the real Masonic order. That's the real lodge of the Creator, order of the faithists. But the false God took this and gave you the four heads of the beast. Anubai sent tens of thousands of angels into all the regions of the earth. By inspiration, otherwise, these angels established what? The rights of Anubai. See that? This is where your Masonic lodge is going to stem from. These rights of Anubai, which they switch out throughout the ages. But these rites, even kings were converted to faithism and full ceremonies of the brethren. And it gives you a description, but let me come down here. It says, by the same means, the Mayachang of Japheth were made into faithists, and by the same rites, the Ifans of India were converted into faithism, adopting all the rites and ceremonies of the Emethachavah afterwards. See that Emethachavah? Where did we see Emethachavah before? Right here with Moses. Let's get it. Coming back up here. See that? What did he do? And the light of Jehovah came upon Moses, and the books of the ancients were opened before him. And he what? He administered Emethachavah upon them. What did it say up here in the book of Wars? See that? Precept upon precept here, little there, little. Adopting all the rites and ceremonies of Emethachavah. See that? This is before Moses. This is before Moses. And he administered, meaning he, Moses, administered Emethachavah upon them, upon who? The rabbis. And by the voice of Jehovah, they reestablished it. But right here, adopting all the rites and ceremonies of Emethachavah, this is before Moses. This is given to the Egyptians. After, because you remember Moses was learned in the wisdom of the Egyptians. The Emethachavah was in Egypt first. Because it was this time period, 200 years within the first, within the 23rd arc cycle that this was given up, between 3953 BC to 3753 BC that this Emethachavah was given out under the Anubai rites and ceremonies. So what I'm showing you is the chain reaction from how the Anubai rites and ceremonies out of Egypt, and then when Osiris put the twist on it with Anu-Hassaj and them boys, well, when Anu-Hassaj put the twist on it, then Osiris put the twist on it, and then when the false gods Solomon and them boys put the twist on it, the Haram and Beth boys, this is where you get your Masonic lodge. But it's the origin of it. I'm showing you the root of where it came from. The lodge or the concept of these sacred orders, these rites and ceremonies. All of it comes from Creator. It's just how they manipulate it and use it for their own evil agenda. That's why they call it the four heads of the beast. Why? Because it says they profess peace but practice war. That's the why. And it came to pass in course of time that there were no suffering poor in the world. The faithists had gathered them all up and made brethren of them. And the contribution to the faithists by the king's people rendered all the people comfortable. See that? So if they was following the true order, the true Emethachavah, the true rites and ceremonies of Creator, nigga, it'll be no poor people. Everybody be moving as a brotherhood and a sisterhood. But you have these fake Masonic orders, these fake false gods establishing similar bodies of lodges or kingdoms or rites and ceremonies like Creator, but for their own self-aggrandizement, to glorify themselves. Now check it. Check it. This right here is what Emethachavah is about. This right here, he administered Emethachavah upon them, is what we're about to read. Anyone who desired to learn heavenly things was eligible for the degree of Anubai. The rites and ceremonies were what? In dark chambers. Right here, dark chambers. See that? We come back to the lodge. Huh? In the book of prophecy, cosmogony and prophecy. What did he say? They are always stationed in where? The four corners of the lodge. See that? The dark chambers. So check it. Let me run the whole verse for y'all. Anyone who desires to learn heavenly things was eligible for the degree of Anubai. The rites and ceremonies were in dark chambers, and the angels of heaven, clothed in sargos, took part in them. And the angels taught mortals by the voice the mysteries of spirit communion. See who's doing the teaching? The angels. See that? Spirit communion is what man is learning. How to sit in circles and in crescents. How to sit in circles and in crescents. What did Moses say? What did Moses say? What did it say right here? And my commandments which I give to Abraham, I will give to you. And what? I will reestablish what? My crescent. And I will reestablish my crescent with the rabbis. My crescent. What is that? What does it state right here? What does it state? What does it state? How to sit in circles and in crescents. See that? What it states right here? And I will reestablish my crescent with my rabbis. What do you think they're talking about? They're talking about positioning. They're talking about positioning in the meditation realm. When you spirit commune, you sit in crescents. You sit in circles, semi-crescents, half crescents. See that? This is the wisdom of the creator. And you could goddamn go in the book and show this shit. So we want to know what is the, we probably scratching our head. Well, what is Emethachavah? What is it that Moses, the light of Jehovah came upon Moses and the books of the angels were open before them and he administered Emethachavah upon them? What is Emethachavah? Well, here it is. It's explaining to you right here. It's explaining to you right here. How to sit in circles and in crescents. Taught the four dark corners. Huh? And then we talking about with the lodge? And then we talking about the four dark corners? The four dark corners, right? What does it say here? They are always stationed what? The four corners of the lodge. What would Jaja say in the Book of Wars? The four dark corners. But guess what? Look at what you got also. The four bright sides. Oh, yeah, it's a lot to this shit. This is where the Masonic order comes from. And the four bright sides taught them how to ascertain from what grade in heaven the spirits came. How to keep off evil spirits. Huh? These false gods is sending out evil spirits, but the true order is telling you how to keep off evil spirits. How to keep off evil spirits, how to attract righteous spirits. Taught them how to develop in Suis and Sargos, the secret of falling water, and the application of lotion to the skin that would make poundings and wrappings. Look at that. That's what's going on when Moses was teaching them boys about the light of Jehovah. And the books of the ancients were open. These are the books of the ancients that were open unto Moses. Because this, what I'm reading, is before Moses. These are the degrees. Don't they talk about Masonic degrees? These are the degrees to where the shit come from. It comes from Creator. Then the false gods manipulated it. And here we have it today. You feel me? The second degree taught the people of the Great Spirit and his secret names. Taught them his high holy heavens, where all is rest and happiness forever. Whoever took the second degree had to live 1 year with the poorest of the poor, going about soliciting alms, reserving only the poorest of things for him. And if he found a person naked, he must take off his clothes and give them to that person. Men, women alike serve the same condition. Now this degree that they just mentioned comes from the Zarathustrian law. That's straight out the Zarathustrian custom. Because in the Zarathustrian custom, guess what? You had to do the same thing. Let me find that verse real quick, if I can find it. Precept on precept here. Little, I could precept this whole goddamn book. Let me get that real quick. It's a blood clot vibes. So let me see. All right. So when we go to the book of God's Word, chapter 21, verse 35. Look at this precept. I told you I'm surgical with this motherfucking Owaspi. Let's go to the book of God's Words, chapter 11. Book of God's Word, chapter 11. Book of God's Word. Book of God's Word, chapter 11:35. Watch this. Watch this, family. 11:35. What that say right there? What that say right there? I told you I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. 1 whole year of your life, you shall dwell with the poor, live with the poor, sleep with the poor, begging for alms for the people. What did it say in the Rites of Jehovih? What did it say? In the Rites of Jehovih? What did it say? What did it say right here? Huh? What did it say in the second degrees? Whoever took the second degree had to live 1 year with the poorest of the poor, going about soliciting alms, reserving only the poorest of things for himself. And if he found a person naked, he must take off his clothes and give them to that person. Men, women alike share the same conditions. Now, this is the rights of Jehovah. This is the second degree of Jehovah, but this is preceded by Zarathustra precedes that. 1 whole year of your life, you shall dwell with the poor, live with the poor, sleep with the poor, begging for alms for the poor. This is where they got it from. See how this shit trickle out? This is the Zarathustrian law we're reading right here. The Zarathustrian law precedes what we just read in the Book of Wars. This is the 22nd arc cycle. The Book of Wars is the 23rd arc cycle. See that? So what I'm showing you here, precept upon precept, here little, there little, that it's a chain and reaction of events. So hold on. Let me hold that. Let me hold that. You know how we do. You know how we do. We get it popping on these parts. Let me see. Hold up. This is another verse. Well, if not, we can be content with that. I'm just showing and proving how these things work, where these degrees come from, where these orders come from. So just to show as a precept that the living with the poor for 1 whole year that you see in the second degree of Anubis comes out of the Zarathustrian customs and culture, or the Zarathustrian religion. Now the third degree taught the dominion of God and Lord and the Lords, the place of their abiding, and their respective labor in heaven. And the members had to learn the names of the god or gods, Lord or lords, and the divine laws, the words of salutation, the anthems, the prayers, the praise, the position of utterance, oratory, the orders of marching to write sacred names, the secret of begetting pure offspring, the key to the 2 preceding degrees. See that? These are the real Masonic degrees right here, as far as what was taught in these temples under the Creator. This is before the false gods got a hold to it. You see that? This is before the false gods got a hold to the degrees and corrupted them. The 4th degree taught the arrangement of heavens, the place of the sun, stars, and moons, the place of grades of the unseen worlds, the locality of the lower and higher heavens, the places and dominion of false lords and false gods, the place in Hades and of hells and knots, and familiar spirits, and also fetals, both harmless and destructive vampires that live upon mortals, and swine and cattle that induce mortals to eat flesh food for that purpose, the key to the place of the North Star, the position of the Earth vortex, the vortices that move the corporeal worlds and hold them in place, and the rules for building temples and pyramids with their spirit chambers. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Right there. And the rules for building temples, pyramids with their spirit chambers. This is the fourth degree of Anubai. So we already said that the master masons were the pyramid builders because they built the greatest monuments on the face of the planet. But the pyramid building is within the fourth degree of the rites of Anubai. So the Masonic order that these Masonic lodges is following is part and partial fourth degree, but not the real fourth degree, because obviously ain't none of these niggas doing none of this in the fourth degree in a real Masonic order. Shit, they doing some other shit because they got the false gods inspiration. The Owaspis letting you know the origin of where these things come from. Look at the fifth degree. Besides this, there was the fifth degree, which reached the secret of life in the flesh. Huh? This is where it gets nitty gritty. Remember we was watching the movie Dark City the other night, and John Murdoch was using the power of the force of his will to beat the strangers. Look what it states in the fifth degree, which reached the. Besides this, there was the fifth degree, which reached the secret of life in the flesh, the power of will. See that? The power of will. Let me stop right there for a minute, because that's important. The power of will, how to use it far and near. The power of will. What happened in the what did them angels do? What did the angels do when they appeared? What did the angels do? That's in the book. I don't even got the book of Jehovah in here. Hold on. So, huh? Hold on, I got you. What did the angels do? Let me show you what did the angels do. Let's go to the book of Jehovah, chapter 6, verse 16. Chapter 6, verse 16. Book of Jehovah, chapter 6, verse 16. What did it state right here? And the earth was in the later days of Simu, and the angels could readily take on corporeal bodies for themselves. And what? By what? What did it say? By who? By the force of their own wills. See that? See that? Where my marker at? See that? By the force of their own wills, clothe they themselves with flesh and bone out of the elements of the earth. But the key point here is by force of their own wills. See that? What does it say right here? What is part of the fifth degree? The power of will. How to use it far and near. What did the angel use? By the force of their wills, clothe they themselves with flesh and bone out of the elements of the earth. See that? Being angels that already passed these degrees, they have the power to do these things. These are high-raised Etherian angels that are doing this. And here, we're being taught these things on a corporeal level. So if we learn these things on a corporeal level, how to manipulate the power of will in the flesh, just imagine when we become angels and we could perfect the power of will, where we could clothe ourselves like these angels did with what? With what? Flesh and bone. By force of their wills, clothe they themselves with flesh and bones out of the elements of the earth. What does it say right here? Besides this, there was the fifth degree, which reached the secret of life in the flesh, the power of will, how to use it, far and near. See that? Let's get the rest of it. How to rule over others without their knowing it. See that? To cast spells, to enter the prophetic state, to estimate numbers without counting, to find proportion and distance without measuring, to forecast the time of things, to find the weight of things without weighing. See the degrees? To find the power of the capstone before it is made. Now, let me stop right there, because this is part of the fifth degree of the Anubai rites. Now, what they're talking about here is another precept, book of cosmogony and prophecy. I told you I'm surgical with this bitch. Precept upon precept here, little there, little. Now, when we go to the book of cosmogony and prophecy, and it talks about the discipline that it takes to obtain, to become what you would call a prophet. Let's get it. Book of cosmogony and prophecy, where it at? Damn, where that shit over here? I gotta get used to this website. I'm so used to sacred texts. All right, here we go. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. All right, what we dealing with? Hold on. By the force of their own will. Oh, okay, right there. I bet. Let me put it up. Okay, we're talking about estimating things without counting. When you go to the Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, hold on. Hold tight. Everybody hold tight. All right, so check it, right? Look at this, right? Look, precept upon precepts here, little there, little. Now, when I just read right here, it's talking about nigga on some old next level shit, like it states. Let me get to the point right here. Like right here. It says, to enter the prophetic state, to estimate numbers without counting, to find the proportion and distance of things without measuring, to forecast the times of things, to find the weight of things without weighing it, to find the power of the capstone before it's made. We talking about a nigga with this level of intelligence. Guess what? Precept upon precept here, little there, little. Look what it states. This is the Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 10, verse 4. Man can attain to acquire the same kind of prophecy, and this is different from the prophecy previously mentioned, because in this last mention, he prophesies without rules or calculation. Right here, because in this last method, he prophesies without rules of calculation. This last method is in reference to the 5th degree of the Anubai rites, where it talks about that. To enter the prophetic state, to estimate numbers without counting, to find the proportion and distance without measuring. Coming back, it states what? Because in this last method, he prophesies without rules to calculations. Now look what it states. To attain this kind of prophecy, the following discipline is required. Now this is the discipline required to attain such prophecy. To live in the fields and forests and study the actions of unseen forces upon himself or herself. To not eat fish, flesh, or any food that cometh from animals. See that? Milk, eggs, gluten, and honey. To bathe daily, to permit no passion to enter his mind or her mind, to abnegate self and to wed himself to the Creator for righteousness' sake, and to do good, to discipline his mind, to remain in any given direction on any subject, for days if necessary, to become oblivious to pain, after which he shall receive anointment from one who had previously attained a seership. Look, to attain such prophecy is to fortify sexual powers, to fortify appetite, to fortify ambition for leadership and fame, and to fortify concern of the opinions of the world. In fact, to become a bride and a bridegroom. So this is what it takes in order for you to do this right here. To enter the prophetic state, to estimate numbers without counting, to find the proportion and distance without measuring, to forecast the time of things, to find the weight of things without weighing, to find the power of the capstone before it is made, and of the lever and screw, to find the friction of things before they were moved, in order to know the power required. The 5th degree was called the degree of prophecy, and the place of initiation was called the college of prophecy. So the 5th degree, whoever in the 5th degree is a cold-blooded motherfucker, because the 5th degree is called the degree of prophecy, and the place of initiation was called the college of prophecy. And here it states, to attain such prophecy is to fortify sexual power, appetite, ambition for leadership and fame, to fortify concern for the opinions of the world, and in fact to become a bride and bridegroom to the Creator. See that? This is what it takes. It says what? To live in the fields and forests and study the actions of the unseen forces upon him. To not eat fish, flesh, and any food that cometh of animals. Milk, eggs, gluttony, gelatin, honey. It even got honey in there. to bathe daily, to permit no passion to enter his mind, to abnegate self and to rid himself to the Creator for righteousness' sakes. See that? To do good, to discipline his mind, to remain in any given direction of any subject for days if necessary, to become oblivious to pain. Huh? Oblivious to pain. After which he shall receive anointment. Here's the catch. It says, after which he shall receive anointment from one who had previously attained the seership. So you're going to be anointed by somebody who already attained it. They're going to be in cahoots. It says the fifth degree was called the degree of prophecy, and the place of initiation was called the college of prophecy. So right here, after which he shall receive anointment from one who had previously attained the seership. This is what's going on in the degree of prophecy, in the school of prophecy. Huh? What did Jaja say? It says, not all men, all mortals, can attain to this, but some are born closely aligned. See that? This is what's going on in the fifth degree of Anubai. And look what it also stated. In this degree, the angels came in Sargos and taught these things what? Orally. This is your oral tradition, family. This is what's going on in the oral rites and passages in the oral tradition. Because remember, the oral traditions was in the inner temple. The inner temple, right here, where it states it, right? Look, in Moses' day, the inner temple of Jehovah was spoken only. See that? But the outer temple was written. So, look what it say. So that is to say, the Hebrews had two laws. One which no man knew. See that? One which no man knew. Other man knows. And for those who are not eligible by faith, being those who are called Leviticans. See that? If you're not eligible by the faith, you can't know what's going on in the inner law. Let me read this verse completely. And in not many days, Moses wrote the Leviticus laws. For the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. But the outer temple was written, so that it was said the Hebrews had two laws, one which no other man knows, and one for those who are not eligible by faith, being those who were called Leviticans, but not Leviticans in fact, but hangers on. The Bible called them the strangers, who had followed the Israelites out of Egypt, who had for the most part no God, no judgment, and no learning. So right here, it's letting you know that the Hebrews had two laws, the written law and the oral law. And the only way you could know the oral law if you was initiated in the oral tradition. That's why it states that right here. It states what? The Hebrews had two laws, one which no other man knows. Right there. One which no other man knows. The one which no other man knows is being exposed and told right here in the Owaspi. The 5 degrees of the Anubai rites and ceremonies is oral rites and ceremonies. You was only taught this in the temple. We now getting all this shit because it's the Cosmon and everything is being revealed. But look what it states. In this degree, the angels came in Sargos and taught these things orally. See that? Orally. And initiated mortals thus learnt them. But no one could take the 5th degree without having become proficient in all the 4 preceding degrees. See that? And without recommendation of the rabbi or priest who had charge of the college. Now, if you notice, ain't none of these degrees talked about slaying no animals and offering no blood and fat to no God. So the priesthood of Aaron are the false priests, while these priests who are practicing this initiation are the real priests. This is the real spirituality, the real spiritual lessons, and the real spiritual discipline. These priests are learned on these high levels of spirituality, but look what they had to do. Look what they had to do. It said what? To not eat flesh, fish or flesh, or anything that cometh of animals. This is part of the degree or the initiation in order to obtain the prophetic state. You can't eat fish or flesh. But your Lord God has gotten you killing animals as a sweet savior unto himself. He got you eating these animals, the clean and unclean meats, One of the Watchmen say, no, not fish, no flesh. If you want to reach these prophetic states, you can't eat no fish and flesh. You got to restrain from that. And that's a simple thing. That's easy to do compared to these other things where it states like to permit no passion to enter his mind. Who could do that? To permit no passion to enter his mind? Who could do that? You look at something, you're going to have passion towards it. You got to allow and discipline your mind to have no passion to enter your mind. That's mental disciplining. That's why it says what? To discipline his mind. It says what? To attain such prophecy, you got to what? Fortify sexual power. Some of you niggas read that like, oh, hell nah. I can't have sex no more. I'm straight. But it's showing you how deep this shit go. You got to fortify sexual powers. You got to fortify appetite, man. I'm hungry, man. I want to give me something to eat. Kill that. If you want this higher understanding, you got to kill the beast in within. The higher degree is the killing of the beast within. Because you're suppressing the beast, the animal, the carnal self, in order to obtain these levels of degrees. You can't attain fortified appetite. Appetite is the beast. When your stomach growl, you hungry. Lower self. Sexual powers. Lower self. Ambition for leadership and fame. Self-glorification. You got to fortify all them things in order to be one with the Creator in real time. So that's why it states, in this degree, the angels came in Sargos and taught these things orally. This is the Oralite tradition. This is the true Oralite. This is the true wrestling with Jacob and giving a new name and all the initiation. This is what they're talking about. Angel communion. Communicating with the angels, conversing and learning the mysteries of heaven and earth. What it states, and such was the wisdom of God that only Faithists could receive the degrees, except the first degree, and therefore the greatest knowledge of the earth was kept in secret with the Faithists, who the king's people, even the richest and most powerful, were beholden to the sons and daughters of the Faithists, to build a palace, a temple, or an aqueduct, or canal, or a ship, or any great affair. The kings and king's people were obligated to employ Faithists of the 5th degree to superintend the work. So when the pyramids was built, it was Faithists of the 5th degree. These are your real master builders and masons right here. Those in the 5th degree. It says even the king's people were beholden of them. So when you look at Narmer was a king, King Narmer. Narmer was over here slaying and murdering niggas. So he definitely couldn't have been a Faithist of the 5th degree. So these Faithists of the 5th degree in ancient Egypt that was building these temples and monuments, we don't even know who they are really. Because all we got is the pharaohs. And the pharaohs would be equivalent to as it states here, the ones beholding of the Faithists. He says what? And the king's people, even the richest and most powerful, were beholden to the sons and daughters of the Faithists. The kings of the pharaohs, the richest. See that? But they not the Don Dadas who you think is the Don Dadas. You see them niggas sitting on their throne, you think they the Don Dadas. But they the king's people, they the rich and the wealthy, but they ain't got the secret. They ain't got the knowledge. They ain't got how to build the temples and pyramids. They just the overseers. It's like Trump, or it's like the president, Biden. You know what I mean? He the president, but he ain't out here putting in that pain to build these monuments and temples. But the Mexicans is over here building up all these buildings. But the king gets the credit for what the Mexicans did, building up all these buildings in the city. You look at all this construction work going on nowadays, it ain't nothing but Mexicans. They the builders. Those are niggas with the degrees on how to build. So those will be like the niggas in the 5th degree building the taskmaster, building these great tasks for Pharaoh, superintending the work. See that? So this is what we're dealing with. This is the first 200 years of the 23rd Arc cycle when this order was given. And this order that was given, the Anubai rites and ceremonies, is the same order that was given to Moshe. Where that? Right here. Damn, I've been going in. Where Moses at? Moshe, there you go. So like I said, the Anubai rites and ceremonies is the root, and not the root in origin, because you have bits of that coming from Zarathustra. Some of the Zarathustra rites and ceremonies you could find in there too. Giving all you got to the poor and you taking the scraps of the poor, that comes from the Zarathustra law. But you find that within the 4th degree of Anubai. See that? So the Anubai rites and ceremonies, which was established the first 200 years, from 3953 BC to from 3953 BC to 3753 BC, within that first 200 years is when these establishments took place. So by the time Moses come around in the 15th century BC, he learns all the wisdom of the Middle Kingdom of the pharaohs of Egypt. He learns it. He leaves Egypt, takes what he knows with him. The Creator comes to Moses and established with Moses that which he established in the first 200 years with the original rites and ceremonies of Anubai, reestablishing it with Moshe. And then from Moshe, the shit gets corrupted. By the time of Solomon's temple, you got Baal. You got the Canaanite gods inspiring. And then they taking over the order, and now they twist the order to the beast. That's why in the beast, the Masonic lodge for the beast, it states what? What it states with the Masonic lodge of the beast? What it states with the Masonic lodge of the beast? What did it say about them? What did it say? Not that one. What did it say about the beast? What did it say about the beast? Hold on. Now came the beast. They will profess peace but practice war. What they say about the beast? What did they say about the beast? They will profess truth but practice falsehood, profess peace but practice war. And that's what you have today with the beast. They took these rites and ceremonies of the Creator that was given during the 23rd arc cycle at the beginning, and then they took the peace out and started practicing war. They took the truth out and started practicing falsehood. They rearranged it. So when we talk about the Masonic order of today, when we look at the Europeans and the Masonic order got this bad taste, or he a Mason, he this, that, and third, it's because they profess peace. They profess truth, but practice falsehood, profess peace, but practice war. They false. They're not, according to the Owaspi, they're not the real faithists. Give me a 1 in the chat if you get this understanding, family. Let's run the rhythm. We've been going on for a minute. Let's run the blood clot rhythm, family. Yes, family. You know how we do. It's a blood clot vibes. Yes, family. You know how we do. Calvin is blue, and I see the God. That's right. That's right. The rights of Anubai equal the spaces. That's right. And those rights of faith became later on the Masonic order. So essentially, the origin of the Masonic order comes out of ancient Egypt, and then furthermore, pieces of it you find in Zarathustrianism. that shit for the first time, like, oh nigga, you know, you start feeling like, yo, you reaching that Messiah faith, that Messiah state. You kind of feel like, yo, you know what I mean, you Messiah, getting close to the Messiah. When I read that shit right there, nigga, I said, man, you getting there close to Messiah shit, that prophetic state. The fortify appetite, the fortify no passion, enter the mind, fortify sexual powers. Ain't none of these niggas doing that shit. And the person who is doing it, we ain't hearing about it. They out in the woods, rapping. Dang, honey too. Yeah, that shit threw me off when I read that. I'm like, honey? That's why I guess Dr. Say maple syrup instead of the honey. That's interesting though. Right, yeah. It's always alternative to things, but it's interesting how you find what not to say. So we cut all these things out and do exactly. You never know what type of goddamn prophetic speech you may tap in. Say is Romans says talk to their God and they know God. You don't tell them these things. You see that? Exactly. How your God don't tell you these things? But they God got them too busy over there slaying men, women, and children because they God don't even know these things. They got over there, got them doing some other shit. That's right. All good things come through the hands of beggars. That's my count all good things in the world come through the fingers of indeed. Because as you notice, when we read the rites and ceremonies of Anubai, ain't nothing descriptive in there. They say nothing about go picking no animals and slaying. They say nothing about bearing arms and go take another man's land. Everything had to do with spiritual ascension. Everything had to do with knowing spirituality, knowing the mysteries of heaven and earth through oral communion, high level inspiration. And this is what was going on in ancient Egypt. The first 200 years of ancient Egypt, these things was going on during the Nakata phase. Like, for example, right? See that? This is the 23rd arc cycle. 2953 BC, 3753 BC, that first 200 years is what I just read. This is during the time period that the Anubai rites and ceremonies was established within the heavens. This is the first 200 years where peace reigned. Now, if you notice, this time period is the Nakata period of ancient Egypt. There is no warfare during this time in ancient Egypt. So it coincides with the Awaspi when it says peace reigned on earth during this time period. When you see the rise of the beast, I should say, or the rise of Enu Hassaj influence within the 23rd arc cycle is when you see the Narmer. Narmer is the symbol and the sign of Enu Hassaj influence because Enu Hassaj is the one who came with the battle of 1,000 years. He's the one who started up warfare of the 23rd arc cycle. So the first 200 years, niggas was at peace in the 23rd arc cycle. So right here, peace reigned on earth. This is the Nakata period. In ancient Sumer, more likely it was the Ubaid period. And then when you get to 31, this is when the destruction comes. See that? This is when the destruction comes, close to 1,000 years later from the beginning of the arc cycle. And then, so you have the original rites and ceremonies of Emethachavah, the order of Faithis, the real Masonic order, right? Started here. And then by the time you get to the old kingdom of Egypt is when Osiris, because Osiris is the one who really put the stamp on it on the earth plane, because Anu Hassaj his influence is not seen in Egypt because his influence is more seen in India. You see Dais Ptah over there. But then by the time Anu-Hassad get cast in hell, Osiris reigns, and Osiris establishes the rites of Anubi. But in this instance, instead of learning about and conversing about the Creator and his creation, now you're learning and conversing about the heavenly kingdom of Osiris, Agu-Adin. So everything you're learning about now is about Osiris' heavenly plane, the fields of Rush, in the judgment hall of Ma'at. Now the rites and ceremonies have been converted and changed to fit this false god, Osar. And now the pyramids is built, which are spirit chambers, the lodges. You remember it talks about the four corners of the lodge, the four bases of the pyramids, the four walls? They coincide. So Osiris inspired the pyramids to be built. The rites and ceremonies was carried out through the pyramids. By the ending of the arc cycle, of the 23rd arc cycle, Moses rises up, 5th millennium BC, and then Moses is exposed to the falsehood that's going on in Egypt because Osiris is still dominant. So by the time Moses rises up, he's dealing with these priests of Osiris, these false gods and their lodges, and here come Moses about to disrupt the shit. And what's going on in Moses' day? Them niggas doing miracles. Moses is challenging Pharaoh, and Pharaoh is challenging Moses based off of miracles. So in Egypt, it's showing you that these niggas was dealing with the degrees of the Anubi rites and ceremonies, because in the story of Moses, you see these niggas is doing miracles. Niggas throwing sticks on the water, sticks on the ground, they turn into serpents. That's high spiritual science. But they're dealing with the degrees that we just read. The power of will, how to use it far and near. Casting spells, reaching the prophet. That's what them niggas is dealing with, that high level science. But I'm showing you here that this was piggybacking off the whole Freemason, Masonic, Scottish Rite Order and all that we had that the Europeans got, stems and is rooted within 4th millennium BC and Anubi rites and ceremonies. So that shit comes from it. So the line of light from light to darkness goes through the light of Jehovah, the true God, to establish the Anubi rites and ceremonies. Then after that, it got corrupted. Here comes darkness, and Anu-Hassad takes it, switches out the names, put his names, the anthems, put glorifying him, and restrict you from studying creation to only studying within his heavenly kingdom. And then when Anu fell, Osiris took the throne, and he did his thing, continuing, furthering the mysteries. Once Anu-Hassad fell, so now we're dealing with the rites of Osiris. Osiris falls. Now it's into the hands of Moses. The original, it comes back. So at the beginning of the arc cycle, the light was there. It dies out throughout the arc cycle. At the beginning of the 24th arc cycle, it's reestablished. Because remember, it stated Moses reestablished Emethachavah. Where did he reestablish it from? He reestablished it from the beginning of the arc cycle, the first 200 years. From 3953 BC to 3753 BC is when the light of Jehovah was upon the people. So this is the reestablishment of Moses. When they refer that Moses reestablished it, it's referring to the beginning of the 23rd arc cycle, that he's reestablishing this light for the 24th arc cycle, the beginning of the 24th arc cycle. So Moses reestablishes the arc cycle. Moses is reestablishing. Let me see. I got the 24th arc cycle up here. Moses reestablished the 24th. Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah. What is it? Yeah. So Moses, this is the 24th arc cycle. So here goes Moses reestablishing the rites and ceremonies of Anubi. 400 years after Moses, 400 or 500 years after Moses, the false god Baal rises up and inspires Israel. So now the rites and ceremonies that was originally essentially reestablished with Moses is now under the hands of Baal, because like I said, all these false gods is in cahoots with each other. They know the rites and ceremonies. Baal was a part of Anu-Hassad's kingdom. You think he ain't know? He carried out some of the rites and ceremonies with Thutmose in the temple. So Baal established and inspires Israel. Now Baal, through the inspiration of Baal, is where we get the Masonic order of today. Because Baal inspired Israel. The kings of Israel was under the inspiration of Baal. Solomon's temple was under the inspiration of Baal. Solomon's temple was copied by the Knights Templar. And the Knights Templars copied what we got today, the Scottish Rite Masonic order we got today. So the Masonic Rite we got today is under the inspiration of Baal. The rites and ceremonies of Baal. Moloch and them boys. It gets ugly, family. Give me a 1 in the chat if you get this understanding. Let's run the rhythm. Run it from the top, family. Orders that was trickled down and watered down, and darkness came upon the light by these false gods. Jehovah's undefeated all fucking day. Exactly. Now it's another room. So that's chain reaction. True God and Hassad to Osiris to Baal to Luamung. Luamung will be the nigga who inspired the Knight Templars and them boys. Baal will be the one who inspired Solomon and them boys. You know what I'm saying? See how that go? We telling you the gods that inspired the orders, the rites and ceremonies of these particular orders, these so-called Masonic orders. We show you the different gods that had different inspiration throughout the time of history. I had the Masonic Bible. I had that shit. Good shit. The Masonic Bible. I had that shit, yo. That shit had the square of the compass on the front of the Bible. I had that shit when I was a teenager. And at the beginning of the Masonic Bible, it showed you it got a lot of pro-star Solomon and all that, the temple and all that shit. They let you know that they're dealing with Solomon. We already know that Solomon was playing with them goddamn demons. Solomon over there conjuring up demons, and even Baal was one of the demons. 72 demons of goddamn Solomon. You know what I'm saying? But the Owaski is showing you the origin and the root of the rites and ceremonies of the order. So even though it's corrupted, at least we have a blueprint to the original to show that in the original order of faiths, that it didn't deal with no killing, no death, no destruction. It deal with, all it had to do with spiritual ascension. When we just read the five rites of Anubai, the degrees, none of that shit had to do with bloodshed. All that shit was educational purposes only. All that shit was educational purposes only. The false deities today, I say this. This shit just like gangbanging. You had the Crips and the Bloods. And that's all you knew for a long time was Crips and Bloods. Then sprang other gangs that spawned off of the Crips and Bloods. Or the GDs and the Vice Lords. You know what I'm saying? So it's always going to be a new player that's going to take the position and play God. So regardless of who it is today, we know the proceedings and the system in order. So whoever's wearing the crown, we don't even need to know because we know the behavior of the gods. So if Luamung is on a redemptive path and he's not out here inspiring the people to worship him, Somebody else then took his position and is doing the same thing. Even the Owaski shows you that with the God Piad, he with Mormonism and all that. Many false Christ rose up claiming to be Christ. The Owaski shows you that, and that was back when. So today, it's the same thing. But what's worse than that? Let me tell you what's worse than the false gods. What's worse than the false gods is these goddamn drudges that don't follow no God. That don't, basically those below the grave. The angels that are below the graves are the ones you need to watch for. Those are the ones that don't give a damn about no God, no Lord, no Savior. All they concerned about is enticing evil to make others unhappy, delighting in evil. Now they could be under a false god, or they could move by themselves. They could move in gangs by themselves. All right. Let me grab something to drink right quick, family. Let the rhythm run. Blood clot vibes, yes, I'm Elijah myself. It's okay, you know how we do. Teresa the builder, peace and queen. About the Owaski is that it's not one-sided. It gives you what I like about the shit. I ain't gonna lie, what I really like about it is how these false gods become false gods and how they use their cunning and deceptive ways. That's what I like. Because like, you're being tricked. And somebody's tricking you and you don't know you're being tricked. That's the worst thing, right? When you realize that you've been tricked. But the Owaski is showing you who the trickster is. They're showing you how the trick is being played out. So if you understand and see how the trick is being played out, your ass will never get caught up in the trick because you see the trick being played out. They showing you the trick being created internally through the thought, and then from the thought on paper or the collective council, from the council going down to the earth, find somebody capable of hearing angels and write what the angels wrote down. That's what I'm saying, family. Got a question on things, yo. That's what I like about the book. Ain't no secrets. It exposes the shit. You know what I mean? There are a few false gods today. Old names been used up exactly. The new ones are Michael, Yeshua, amongst others. Check my video on Radiance and Osiris. Check out Cosmon Cal. Subscribe to Cosmon Cal TV. Subscribe to Honor and Humility, STL. Subscribe to Nazarene Faith and Sisterhood. Subscribe to Takiva, Jamie. Subscribe to Awaken to the Truth. You know what I mean? Those putting in that pain. Yes, top of the way I said, greetings, beloved, and love and light to my brother Shalai. Yes, it's just logic, it's a Trinity thing, this, you know. Yeah, so what we showing you was that, you know what I mean? Because like, I'm gonna classify this as question of gods as well too. So we got a question of gods as well with these systems and orders, these rites and ceremonies. You know what I mean? Even in high school and college, you got these Greek sororities, and you know what I mean? You got to get initiated. Niggas will beat your ass. Some of these niggas that died in some of these initiations, these alpha, however you pronounce the Greek shit. I remember them niggas in school, but them the niggas, we would run up and beat up them niggas and shit. We wasn't studying that Greek shit in school. Like, we were so, it's like you had the school kids who was into school, and then you had the niggas like us who we went to school, but our mentality was in the streets. You know what I'm saying? We were street niggas. We were street niggas in school while you had school kids that was in school to be school kids. I was a street nigga. I used to sell weed to the janitor in high school. Huh? The janitor used to buy weed for me in school. I was in 9th grade, 10th grade, selling weed to the janitor, making my money. That's the type of time I was on. While niggas was in class learning about the Greek sonority and all this shit, nigga, I was up in there making money. You know what I mean? That was my man. There's plenty of stories like that. Like, we was way ahead of our time, man. So that Greek shit, that alpha, all that rites and ceremonies, them niggas was, you know, you got to get jumped. It was some wild shit. I used to hear about it. You know what I mean? They ain't never tried to like get us to involve, but we used to hear about it. You know what I mean? Niggas knew not to ask us no question like that. You want to join us? Nigga? I had dreads just like this back then. In 1996, when I was selling weed to the motherfucking school janitor, I had dreads just like this at 16 years old, nigga. They were just up to here. And next year, I was driving. I caught me a whip at 97, 17 years old. The first nigga out of my crew to drive. This is where my mind at in high school. I ain't thinking of class no more. So you had them Greek fraternity niggas in school, and then they took that shit to college, and then from college, you interact with other fraternities of these higher orders as you begin to roll up the corporate ladder. Your ass gonna go from that Greek fraternity shit to joining and becoming a Mason once you go up that corporate ladder from high school to college, and then from college to the real goddamn world. You're gonna, that Greek fraternity, that shit was cool, but here's the real order. You're gonna join the Brotherhood. You're gonna join the Masonic Brotherhood. You got the Black Masons, and you got the White Masons. You got the Black Masons that got their lodges. You got the White Masons, they got their lodges. Niggas can't come in. Niggas made their own lodge because the white man ain't let them into their shit. Again, niggas piggybacking off what the white man doing this shit. You feel me? But still following that fake ass order. So the shit run deep, fam. The shit run deep. See what I'm saying? The shit run deep, my brother. I want to master alchemy. You want to take water and turn that shit into wine. Yeah, they say if you take sulfur and mix it with mercury, that shit'll turn into gold. I've been long and waiting to do that shit. You take mercury and mix it with sulfur, that shit'll turn into gold, yo. That's the alchemy I was studying, and they said that shit about if you want to make how to make gold. Take sulfur and mercury and mix it. I was like, damn, okay. And I told you about the one about invisibility. I'll touch on that another time, though. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to save that for the inner temple right there. Can't give that one out to the, you know what I mean? Can't give that out to the Leviticans. We gotta keep that in the oral fashion and shit. Next level shit. know how we do. The way you put the Bible to rest, you're never gonna really put the Bible to rest. But the way you shut niggas the fuck up is when you show the inconsistencies of their God. When you show the inconsistencies of their God, that's what we know. When you show that they God said, "Thou shalt not kill," and then you show them that God is conspiring the killing, you ain't no way around that. Humans ain't got nothing to do with that. That's all on God. God said, "Thou shalt not kill," then God tells you to go kill a man. That's on God. Why are you defending that? Who gonna defend that? Who gonna defend the liar? That alchemy deep, yo. Yeah, yo. Nigga got some shit in the making, but everything can't be revealed, yo. I know some mystery, like we just read with the rites and ceremony. I mean, with the to reach the prophetic state, what you got to do? It says, go in the fields and forests and study the unseen forces upon you. How many of you have went deep in the woods and meditated? I have. Go deep in the woods and meditate and see what happens. Do that shit at night and see what happens. Especially at night. The daytime ain't gonna be too bad. Try that shit at night. What's gonna happen is that fear is gonna settle in. Fear of flight is gonna settle in. Because once you start meditating, you're going to start hearing all the fucking sounds around you. You're going to hear them shits from motherfuckers crawling, stepping like some motherfucker getting close to you. And your first instinct is to turn around and look back to see if a motherfucker ain't there. But you got to control that. Control that. Controlling the beast instinct within the meditation in the fields and forests. I tried some of these shits before. That's why I tell niggas, don't run jumping into this shit thinking you're going to conquer this shit overnight. We read the discipline it takes. Fortify appetite. Sexual power. Hunger. To become oblivious to pain. You ain't doing that overnight. See that? That's why only a few reach and attain those degrees. That's why only once in a blue moon, you find a nigga who come out the blue with all this miraculous, could do all these miraculous things. And then he is sent to teach the normal layman man and woman how to do these things. He was sent for that purpose. Try that shit, yo. Yeah. It was, that shit'll spook you the fuck out, yo. That shit ain't no joke. That shit a real test right there. That shit a real test. One time I did that shit, nigga, I heard that whoo like a fucking wolf. I said, nigga, what was that? Hold up, what part of the game is that? That was a wolf, goddammit. That wasn't no dog, nigga. That shit said, whoo. I said, nigga, we got wolves out this bitch. Woke up off that motherfucker quick. Those are the tests, yo. Those are the tests. Shit deep, man. Dead ass, my nigga. I done meditated in the woods, man, and heard footsteps and motherfucker like they walking behind a nigga, turned around. Had to look. Had to turn around and look. Cause it sounded like a nigga was walking up on me. So the hood mentality kicked in. Fuck all that Yahshua Messiah shit, nigga, where the grip at? Somebody running up on you behind you, nigga, you may get popped. That's what you gotta battle. That's the carnal lower self, the beast self. First instinct self. You gotta conquer that shit. That shit ain't no joke, yo. I can hear and feel animals and stuff outside my window when meditating at night. Sometimes I stop because I don't know how I'm affecting the animals. I know they, no doubt, yo. Yeah, that shit real, man. That shit real. See, what we doing is just the book knowledge. When you put that shit in practice, it's a whole nother ball game, yo, especially with that meditation, man. I done had some meditations and nigga was totally out, like, totally desensitized from his body, totally detached. I had to snap about that shit. Cause you're like, damn, can I get back to my body? You in the no zone. I'm like, all right, nigga. I'm like, it's just consciousness in your voice. That's all it is. You out your body, so it's like, all right, let me come back to my body. I don't know if I'm and when you get deep into that shit and actually do those type of trajectories, and you still in full, it's like sleeping. It's like sleep, being in full conscious while you sleep. But you can't wake up though. You got to be there in the realm for the time. You ever had sleep paralysis? When you sleep trying to wake up and you can't? Mm-hmm. That's when the spirit ain't came back to the body. And you're still in the realm, but you're constantly fully alert. Mm-hmm. That's that next level shit though. Nigga said werewolf. Yeah, nigga heard a werewolf. Nigga heard that werewolf going, bro. I'm like, whole part of the game is this. God damn, let me get up out of here. We say alright. When you feel like you're not breathing in yeah, that shit deep, King. You getting that full out of body experience through the meditation, your ass will start fucking panicking, my nigga, and come right back to your body. Your ass will go 2 inches out the body, panic, and come right back in. You know what I mean? That's subjective though. That's a personal experience. If you ain't had the experience, then you can't relate. If you had the experience, you know what I'm talking about. Just like the initiation. You had to pass through the rites and ceremonies of Anubai, and you was rewarded by the seership, who previously got the seership. So only the niggas who got the seership could know this shit. Only the niggas who reached the prophetic state could understand this shit. But that's next level shit. So these orders, these masonic orders, we just read you the origin and the root of what's really going on with those who's practicing the real order. The order we got today is the order of a goddamn Luamon. You know what I mean? The Scottish Rites, the Templars. You know what I mean? I got the 32 degrees. It's really 3 degrees, and the Scottish Rites is the one who made it 32 degrees. But you can download them shits on the internet, man. The basis of the degree is supposed to be good words. But like I said, they profess peace but practice war. They profess truth but practice falsehood. So when you read the degrees of the 32 degree Masons, this looks good. It's like, oh man, well, ain't nothing wrong with this. I don't see nothing evil. They ain't talking about bashing skulls. They're not talking about killing nobody. Go look at the 32 degrees of Masons, the first 3 degrees. There ain't nothing bad about it. But whoever's in charge of the lodge, whoever's the chief master Mason, whoever's initiating the rites and ceremonies, them the niggas you gotta look at. Them the niggas who got their professing to be peacemakers and practicing underhanded war. They got the underhanded war. I stop meditating when I feel my crown chakra because I know where the fuck I'm going. Exactly. Yeah, this shit deep, man. You gotta, ain't nothing wrong with practicing it, but you know what I mean? This shit deep. Like I said, that's why I like the ayahuasca, because it shows you the nature of the deception of these angels. It shows you how deceptive these angels can be, and these angels is moving in spirit. The same place you're trying to tap into is the same place these deceptive angels is in. They got warrior angels. They got angels that can inoculate mortals with poison and cast mortals into death. So you got niggas like that lingering around when you tapping into these realms. So you got to consider what you're doing. You got to consider what you're doing. If you want to tap in, the next you know, your ass came across a warrior angel. And he looking at you. You got one, nigga. You got one. Easy work. Masons and Freemasons are different. Of course, it's different degrees, but it's all one and the same thing. It's all one and the same thing. That's why Mason is still attached at the end. They're still dealing with them degrees. It's just niggas take shit and tweak it the same way you got Luamongs, Masonic order, then you got Ball's Masonic order, but they still follow within the Masonic orders, practicing them rites and ceremonies, sacrificing their sons and daughters to their God. That was required of Baal and Moloch when they was practicing them rites and ceremonies. You had to offer your child through the Aaron priesthood, the burnt offerings, the burnt sacrifices. And then when it came to Luamon, remember Luamon, it stated that during the time of Luamon, when Jabril cast Baal into hell, that was the end of the reign of the evil gods who use mortals for evil purpose. So all the blood sacrifice, the child sacrifice, Luamon ended that shit when he captured Baal and cast him into hell. But then Luamon had his own order of fuckery that was going on. It may not have been as bad as Baal and them boys, but nonetheless, them niggas over there slaying blood and shit. Is that the Inquisition and shit like that? Yeah, man. These niggas is some cold-blooded niggas. Yeah. That's right. Yep. That's right, Prince. Prince in the building. Peace to the God. No, they're not playing this shit real. And that's why we gotta be careful. Because the same way, like how Malachi was breaking down earlier, with Paul, how Paul, you had Yahshua the light, the real order was with Yahshua. And then with his brothers, James and them boys. But then out of nowhere, here you have Paul. It's this vision. Now he goddamn the fucking gatekeeper. He running the show. The New Testament is most of his works. It's the same conspiracy. The same goddamn conspiracy, yo. Now you got Slave Master playing head disciple. You got to make a movie out them niggas, yo. Louis and Jabril. Them niggas was the Godfather. Jado. That's what we dealing with that one. I'm gonna name this one Question of Gods, because we went in on this one. Dealing with the four false gods. The four false gods are stationed in the four corners. The four corners are the four dark corners, the four lodges of the beast. And this is where the Masonic orders get it from. Shout out to Pam breaking that John Lamb place down. You know what I mean? Check out Jim Dennon Works, removing the Owaspi's Enigma. Some more proof sheets. That's why I got the timetables of prophecy chart. He lays it out. I just extended that bitch at the bottom all the way down to 11 years. And I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. Shout out to the sisters. We got, oh yeah, let me show that. Tomorrow we got on the sisters channel. Let me pull up that big job. Look at that muscle. I move that thing steady. So tomorrow, we got this going on, family. Make sure y'all chime in. Y'all see what it is. Nazarene and Faithist Sisterhood presents Selah Shalom. Topic, the Timetables of Prophecy. I'm going to put the book, The Timetables of Prophecy, but the Timetables of Prophecy, premiering 12/25 Christmas Day on YouTube. And they go to They go to YouTube channel that it's going to be on, Sister Ima Set Apart, and youtube.com. How you say that? Ahuva Bait Yacht. You know, I ain't the best with these names. I be getting tongue tangled. But I'm gonna be there tomorrow, so chime in. 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock, so I forgot to put the date. It's 8 o'clok Eastern time. I think she's on the East Coast with us. So make sure to chime into that, family. We're gonna go in and we're gonna speak on the timetables of prophecy. You know what I mean? We're gonna go in on the timetables of prophecy book. You know what I mean? You dig? Matthew in the building. Peace, love, and life, family. Oh yeah, that's real. That's real. Facts. Facts. Definitely. You already know Kativa. You already know Creed undefeated. Regardless. Let me get this verse in the Book of Judgment. This is like what Pam bringing out, man. That's some great information, yo. I'm glad she got them John Lay plants and going through it with the fine tooth the way she's going through it. That's a beautiful thing, yo. And it shows you that those discrepancies was gonna it was gonna take place. Because every time a book gets published, there's always gonna be some politics that goes with it. As we have said, there's always gonna be some fuckery that come with it, you know, King. That's why you got to get these books now, because within the next goddamn couple of 100 years, this shit will be saying something totally different. So where we at? The Book of Judgment, where was it? 37:29. Shout out. $37.29. This was going on right now. Right now. Right here. Right here. Let me go up a verse or two. Let me start from verse 28. Look what it states. And I commanded my holy angel to withdraw from all mortals who are not working for Jehovah's new kingdom, who are of no profit in the resurrection of man. And behold, this also was done. This also right here. Look what it states. And it came to pass that many whom I had planned for exalted works, like John Newbro, fell into the hands of drudges, these goddamn publishers. And what? And they held conferences and were divided, man against man, woman against woman, full of boasting and short-sighted wisdom, seeking the applause of the multitude. I would consider those like the publishers. You know what I mean? The work was given, the exalted work was given and fell upon John Newbro's hands. When the book was compiled and complete, that shit fell into the hands of drudges. And now Sister Pim is exposing the works of the drudges. See that? That's what Creator Gang is about. We test the spirit. And the Owaspi just gave us a blueprint with this verse to let us know that many whom I had planned for exalted works, what happened? Fell into the hands of drudges and held conferences and were divided. We already see that with the publications with these different Owaspi publication groups. They divided. But the exalted work fell into the hands of John Newbro. And he was able to complete the book. And by the time he gave it to the publishers, the John Lance and them boys, that's when the bullshit started. Ain't no telling what them niggas probably read that shit and seen niggas. They probably read that shit and seen them copper colored and brown and black. And then when they further read and got to Abraham, and they said Abraham was of red like new copper, ferocious to look upon with a long black beard. Then when they got to Moses, they said Moses was copper colored. Basically, they shown them this is a book of niggas. And keep in mind, this is the mid 1800s. Where racism and prejudice, where prejudice is at its highest. And you're going to bring me a book of niggas? Fell into the hands of drudges. But showing you that even in the Owaspi, it shows you that these things was going to transpire. That's why it's a good thing we investigating this shit. That's why it's a good thing We got the sisters on top because the sisters come with the level of discernment that is needed. That's the balance between the yin and the yang. That's the balance of creator, the masculine, the logic, thinking, and the feminine, the discernment, the feeling, the initial, something ain't right, that's the female. They got that on the par. Nigga, we got the mathematics and the logic and the composition of creation on the par. They got the discernment and the intuition on the par. And when you bring that shit to the table, it's an unfucking forcible force we reckon with, because it's all creative. Creative gang. Give me a one in the chat if you're getting us understanding family, if you vibing out with your boy Shalom. I'm on my hilltop speaking shit. If your boy Shalom. Shashom. I think Hilltop says Shashom. Shout out to Hilltop. Peace to God. Supporting the Black Man Podcast, y'all. Shout out to God. That's interesting. How to control people without their knowing, how to cast spells. All this is the shit the Egyptians was taught. That whole degree of Anubis, that's a goddamn, oh man. When you talk about spilling the beans, nigga, that's spilling the pot right there. They letting you know the mental capacity and capability that the Egyptians held to build the temples. My man just went to the pyramids. Shout out to my man Sunrock, peace to the God. He just went to Egypt and he showed a picture of the nigga going up into the king's chamber, the shaft that he had to walk up. Man, nigga, oh my God! When he showed the going back down when he had to walk up, bruh, it was like this nigga was walking up a 5-story building type shit. You just looking back, it's like a mile long. You look some more crazy shit. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm gonna have to be goddamn worked up to go up in them pyramids to see that king's chamber. But my man made it to the king's chamber. He made it to the chamber where you laid down in the chamber, swallowed your tongue. Them niggas covered the top of that shit, and your ass went in spirit to go check goddamn Ago Adin, Osiris, and them boys. See that? They show you the initiation, the real initiation that was going on. See, the pyramid builders, niggas think the Masonic order is dealing with niggas building pyramids. That's just the structure of the building, so them niggas could learn inside the bitch what's really going on. The spirit chambers. It says teach them how to build pyramids with their spirit chambers. So what you think the king's chamber was? It was a spirit. Them niggas were up in there communicating with them deities, them boys. Them niggas think Osiris was a goddamn aspect of nature. That nigga was one of them gods. Oh man, you know Osiris was a real man. No. Y'all not really seeing. Y'all like half. Y'all just dealing with the physical. Y'all not dealing with the spiritual, the angelical. Y'all in denial that the spirits of the dead do live. Niggas don't believe that. You got niggas believe that when you die, that's it. But here in ancient Egypt, they got a whole afterlife proceeding with Osiris sitting at the head. Huh? It's a judge and a scale there. This is judgment. You're being judged by Osiris. That's why it's called the judgment hall of Ma'at. Who is Ma'at? The balance scale. If your shit ain't balanced with Ma'at, nigga, you go into what? The Amit. What is the Amit? The motherfucking who devours the spirit. And they say that devouring the spirit, that's not a living. That's not taking place when you're living. The Amit is gonna do. Ain't no Amits running around in nature. It's a spiritual representation of goddamn your ass going to hell in layman terms. The Amit is your ass going to hell, basically. Mm-hmm. So the ancient Egyptian spiritual system under Osiris, because Osiris was what? The god of the underworld, the god of the dead. See that? So he playing God in the afterlife. You got to go visit that man. If you want to become one with Osiris, become one in the fields of Rush, the fields of Reed, which is basically the name of the heavenly kingdom. If you want to get to paradise, rock with us, you got to pass these degrees. You got to pass these judges. If you fail, your ass going over there with that Ammon. See that? All this shit come out of Egypt, family. All this shit come out of Egypt. They were literally going in spirit to the lower heavens. Exactly. Remember the movie we watched, Dark City? I think you or Yare brought that up first when we was watching the movie Dark City. One of y'all said they gotta be in the lower heavens or the first resurrection. It was either you, Cosmo, or Yare said it. Based off what? Because what they was doing. But technically, they wasn't in either. They was held captive. Could you remember what the scientist said? He said we were brought here, but they forgot. Let me take that shit was deep. The scientist told Murdoch, John Murdoch, he says, we were brought here by the strangers. But he says, he forgot where we came from. He don't know that he forgot he came from the earth because they done switched them niggas' memory out. But he did remember that they were brought here by the strangers. So that whole place that they was in, they was held captive there thinking that they back on earth. They got a whole city built up on a spaceship, and you moving through the city thinking your ass on earth and your ass on a goddamn space station somewhere. But Murdoch had the spiritual gift. He had what? In the Ayahuasca, we were talking about the 4th degree of Anubai. He had the power to use will far and near, and that's what he had, the gift of the force of will. And the scientist was there to help him, remind him that he had that gift. And if you harness that gift, you could beat the strangers with the force of will. And the strangers had the force of will too. That's how they was manipulating the city. At 12 o'clock midnight, they'll put everybody to sleep. They'll switch out everybody's memory by ejecting the syringe in the middle of the forehead. Now, keep in mind, this movie came out in 1998. This is a year before The Matrix came out. So they were showing the syringe going into the frontal lobe, ejecting the memory out, switching out memories, trying to understand the soul. But in the process of doing that, they manipulated the city by the power of will. Because you remember, when they was in their little temple or whatever, they was all under one order. When 12 midnight come, they're all attune their will, and it'll change the whole city around while they out there syringing niggas in the middle of their forehead trying to extract their memory. Because the strangers' duty was they was trying to figure out the soul of man. But they was using the mind to figure out the soul. They was using the wrong place. But that movie was a prophetic movie. And then a year right after that came out Matrix. That's why I said between the years of 96 and 99, it was real prophetic. Because you had these movies coming out like this. You had the rap game was prophetic. Niggas talking about the end of the world prophetic. It was crazy them times. But Dark City shows you that in that movie that them niggas was captured and kept in ignorance of the vastness of Jehovah and his creation by being put on this goddamn space station, built up like a city. And Murdoch, he realized one thing. He said, yo, when is the last time you seen daylight? How we missed the day? He said, every time we up, nigga, it's nighttime. Like, where's the day at? You know what I mean? And then he said, Myrtle Beach. I forgot the name of that beach, Sutton Beach. So they went to go look for the beach. And when they went to the end of the station where the beach supposed to be, it was a damn wall with a picture of a beach. So they start beating out the fucking walls, going through the wall, and when they cracked the wall open, it was fucking space. It was space. They realized they was on a fucking ship. They was on a space station. They was captured. But that movie, Dark City, if y'all ain't seen that, you gotta go see it. That's a classic. Exactly. And notice, you remember, in the movie, it said that the man has become like one of us. And then he says, we must also become like one of them. That was genius. He says, man has become like one of us, but we also must become like one of them. So, to become like one of them is to understand the soul of man. They didn't have souls. So they was on a mission to understand the soul. And they thought to obtain the soul was through the mind. That's why they was injecting the memories and putting different people, and they was studying the mind and memory, not knowing that they was missing the soul. That's what John Murdoch told him at the end. That shit was deep, yo. That's a classic ass movie. And they hated the light. I noticed they dressed like that's a good one though. You're right. They dressed in that all black, and they didn't like the light. Now in the Owaski, who don't like the light? The spirits of darkness dwell in darkness. The drudgers dwell in darkness. They don't dwell in the light. They dwell in the dark. Yes, man. Fox, big up that. Yo, we was cracking up in the chat too, boy. Yehuda was like, man, we'll get kicked out the movie theater if we stay. We was going in at one point. We was cracking some great jokes. That shit was wild. That's exactly what it is. It's a little bit of Anunnaki in there. It's a little bit of the creation story in there. Because at the ending of the movie, John Murdoch, by the force of his will, it shows him making waters. And then from the water, you know what I mean, then in the sun, by the force of his will, he was doing this at the ending of the movie. At the movie. She was crazy. Exactly, Cos Brown. He said, yup. He said, y'all was looking in the wrong place. That's exactly what he said. Y'all was looking in the wrong place. That's an ill-ass movie, yo. We may have to watch that shit a second time, yo. That movie's like a Matrix. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the movies that got so many layers that you could watch that shit over and over again and continue to get things out of it because it's layered. I go to the theater with y'all anytime. Oh man, I can imagine, boy. Yeah, see, you know, they need to come back out with these type of movies, yo. Dark City, then The Matrix. Those two movies, Dark City and The Matrix, man, nigga could give a whole presentation on that shit alone. Dark City, The Matrix, and Ghost. Those movies alone, nigga, we could pull out pages of the Owaski out that shit. Drudges indeed. Yes, family. You know what? Let's run some chestnuts roasting. Let's run some chestnuts roasting. Because for what we read, dealing with these rites and ceremonies, and how these false gods took the rites and ceremonies of the Emethachavah, the order of faiths from the Creator, and how they manipulated and made it into something else, dealing with the dark corners, the four dark corners, the four heads of the beast, the nature of the beast, we're going to give them this.
Roasting on an open fire.
Running from the top, family.
Chestnuts roasting
Merry
on an open fire.
Christmas.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy.
That's where you headed, boy.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil.
Niggas don't get it right. They gonna be burning up in that palm oil heaven, you know what I mean? That's what we doing, yo. We breaking all this shit down. From the highest common denominator to the lowest, we bringing it all down. Yeah, the movies be dropping gems, yo. The movies be, you know, that's why I say Hollywood know this shit. Hollywood know this shit. Those Hollywood, the elite, they be knowing this shit. We be trying to explain this shit, this spiritual shit. Niggas looking at this shit like it's fairy tale. But here you have Hollywood demonstrating in movies what we reading about in books. Matter of fact, I think Ron Jogi wanted to do Constantine actually, and I threw it out the Dark City, but we could do Constantine next. Family, create a gang. We got movie night where we watch movies on Facebook. We could do Constantine next, because in Constantine it showed how, you know what I mean, the Drudge got stuck in the mirror. The Drudge got stuck in the mirror when the Drudge, they put a mirror, it was a chick they had tied down on the bed. They put a mirror over the chick, and this Drudge got in the mirror. And from the mirror, I think they dropped the glass and it broke. And I don't know if that's how they got rid of the Drudge or what. But even the movie Constantine is showing you some hot science shit up in that shit too. The niggas tapping in them realms, tapping in them lower heavens, tapping in them hells. Gotta check that. Oh yeah, that's all I watch. That's my feel right there, sci-fi horror and thriller. That's my feel. Like for the horrors, like Insidious. Now Insidious, if you ever seen Insidious 1, 2, 3 and all them, Insidious that whole movie is based off astral projection. It's based off moving in spirit. Cause see, the young boy in episode 1, he tapped into the realm and moved in spirit and got lost in the realm. So the doctors classified him as being in a coma. And when they took him home, the doctors they couldn't do no more with him. Like, yo, we don't know what's going on, you know. He went home. So the mother called up one of her friends who was a spiritualist, a medium. And when the mother came, she realized that the boy went into the realm so far that he got lost in the realm. So it's like having an out-of-body experience, and you go and moving around so far that you done lost sight on how to get back to your body. And that's what happened in the movie. The young boy got lost in the realm. He got lost in the realm. And not only did he got lost, he got captured in the realm. Because when you look at Insidious, all right, before I get to that point, the young boy got lost in the realm, meaning he astral projected in the realm and got lost. He couldn't find his body. So the mother called the friend, the medium. The medium let the mother know, well, this would happen. And the father, of course, he's distraught. But the medium and the mother know something that her son, which is the father, don't know, which is that he's a master astral traveler. But he don't know it because they suppressed it when he was a child. So now the medium informs the father that you're going to have to go in the realm and get your son. And he like, nigga, I don't know how to do that shit. What you talking about? So the mother, like, yo, you was a master medium, but the reason they give him a little history about himself, and he's kind of shocked, like, he can't believe it, like, whatever. So he gives it a try. He sits in a chair, and the medium starts to do her hypnosis to him. And then he's sitting there, closing eyes for a second. Then he gets up and says, oh, man, this shit ain't working. And then when he turns around, he see himself sitting in the chair. And when he see himself sitting in the chair, he in shock, like, oh, shit, he in the realm. And the medium knew it. And the medium said, yo, just follow my voice and da-da-da. So as he says, go and find your son or whatever. So he's leaving. He see himself. And he like, damn, see the room. And then after that, the room disappears and it's a whole nother setting. He's in the realm completely. And it looks spooky and dark. So now he sees a house. He got to go in the house. He's looking for a child. He sees somebody he see like 3 people sitting on a chair looking spaced out and spooky. They ain't saying nothing. He's in the lower realm. He's in the realms of the drudges. So now he got to go through, look for a son. Finally, he finds his son. His son is caged up. He's locked. He's confined. His son is captured. And then the person who got his son captured is the Baphomet. Yes, the cuff-footed god. The Baphomet go. Basically, shit. Y'all know what the Baphomet go look like. Goddamn Moloch and them boys. So they showing you Moloch capturing the child. What do Moloch do? Child sacrifices. The boy that got so far in the realm, he got captured. He's about to be sacrificed. Now here comes his father playing savior to get him. He gets his son back, and now his son and his father running, trying to get back to the body. They so far deep, he don't know where his body at or the area where he needs to go to reattach his spirit back to his body, whatever. So all the drudges start following him. They get surrounded, and then eventually they make it back, and then he snaps up out the dream or the hypnosis. He's back in the room. They run upstairs to see about his son, and he's waking up out the joint too. But the movie Insidious is a movie based off astral projection, spirit moving in spirit in them lower realms, in the realms of the drudges. That's why I like these movies. And that's just one. They got 2 or 3. I think it's the second one, the father got possessed. He came back. Matter of fact, when they came back into their body, the father came back with a host, a drudge attached to him, which had power over him, to the point where the wife started realizing, like, yo, this ain't my husband. He acting different. He acting weird. Kind of find out the husband was stuck in the realm, and there was another spirit that inhabited his body. And like I said, the woman got power of discernment. The woman got power of intuition. She figured it out after a while. She's like, something ain't right. This ain't my husband. And then kind of find out he was stuck in the realm, and another host possessed his body. That's why I say you got to be careful when you're dealing with this meditation and trying to tap in shit, because you got deceptive motherfuckers on the other side that could pull off these things. Your ass don't wake up out of a meditation and your ass somebody else. Family looking at you like, nigga, who the hell? This ain't such and such. What done got in this nigga? This nigga done lost his mind. It's real. I know people who done lost their mind out here, man. Niggas walking out in the middle of the street doing, what the fuck happened to this nigga? You thinking, what happened to this nigga? You done got possessed. That's what happened to the nigga. But those movies like Insidious, they drop in the gems. Another movie like The Conjuring. That's another one. The Conjuring is the movie dealing with mediums. Lorraine and her husband. Those are mediums. And they go there, different houses, to see if they can investigate the spirits that are locked in the house. What did the Owaspi say? The spirits below the grades, they live in abandoned old homes, or they live in castles, or basically places where people live. See that? That's why I like these movies, because they drop gems. They be dropping gems. Although the gems they be dropping is mainly dealing with the lower realm and the drudges, but it still shows you the nature of what's going on in this lower realm. These are the realms of the chestnuts roasting on an open fire. You feel me? That's those realms. If you've seen Insidious,
chestnuts roasting
when you seen Insidious and that little boy got captured, this is what he was getting prepared for. The Baphomet, Moloch, had the little boy confined, and he was going to goddamn throw him in that furnace.
To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Yeah, where that shit at Insidious. Let me see if I get a picture there. There you go, right there. All right, so check it. In the movie Insidious, this was the demon that had the boy captured when he tapped into the room and went too far out. Right there. This guy. In the movie Insidious, that's how the demon looks. That's how the demon looked. you out there
Chestnuts
doing this right here,
roasting
with them
on
chestnuts
an open
roasting,
fire.
That's
that's
where
what
you
you niggas
headed,
gonna be
boy.
looking at, that
To
demonic face
pine
right
or you'll
there.
have it.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine or you'll have it.
Chestnuts roasting
Chestnuts
on an
roasting on
open
Christmas Eve,
fire.
That's where
family.
you headed, boy. To
You
pine
got
or you'll have it.
chestnuts roasting on
Chestnuts
Christmas Eve.
roasting on an open
You know what I
fire.
mean? We
That's
got
where you
60 in the
headed,
chat
boy.
on Christmas
To
Eve. That's how we
pine or
bringing
you'll
in
have it.
Chestnuts roasting
Babylonian Christmas.
on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy.
What verse is it in
To pine
Jeremiah
or
when
you'll
it talk
have
about
it.
the Christmas tree? Is that Jeremiah? What verse is that? When they talk about the Christmas tree in Jeremiah, what chapter and verse is that? Is that in chapter 7? Jeremiah.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine or you'll have it.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine or you'll have it.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine or you'll have it.
Jeremiah 10.
Chestnuts roasting on an open
Jeremiah 10.
fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine or you'll have it.
Chestnuts roasting
that.
on an open fire.
Is that Jeremiah 10?
To pine or you'll have it.
Yeah, we chestnuts roasting it right now. Let's keep it moving. Keep it going.
Chestnuts
You know
roasting on an
Christmas Eve
open
vibes.
fire.
That's where you headed, boy.
Let's see what we
To
dealing with.
pine or
Jeremiah
you'll have
10.
it.
Chestnuts roasting on an
Go
open
ahead and get your
fire.
chestnuts
That's where you
roasted.
headed, boy. To pine or you'll
Dig.
have it.
Chestnuts roasting on an
Wish I
open
could finish it when I'm
fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine or you'll have it.
Heaven. Now let's share the screen. Jeremiah 10. Let's start from verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the custom of the people are in vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. Christmas tree. They deck it with silver and gold. Folly all y'all. And they fashion it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They're describing the Christmas tree to the fullness. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be born, because they cannot go. But be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. Neither also is it in them to do good. But that's mainly the main part of the Christmas tree. Let me see what else they got here. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thy name is great in might. Who would not fear thee, King of nations? For to thee doth it apparent, for as much as among all the wise men of the nations and in all their kingdoms, there is none like unto thee. Okay, he's rubbing his ego, stroking his ego there, but here you have it in Jeremiah. It talks about the Christmas tree. And the heathen, these are the ways of the heathen. So, you know, this is the shit we grew up with. Some of us got Christmas trees in our house right now. Fa la 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 la. So chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Nuts roasting
It's tonight.
on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To
Got a whole
pine
bunch
or
of
you'll
kids
have
ready
it.
to open up
Chestnuts
Christmas gifts tomorrow.
roasting on
They
an
ain't gonna be
open
able to go to sleep.
fire.
That's where you headed,
Ready to
boy.
open up
To
Christmas
pine
gifts.
or you'll have it.
Y'all know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like when y'all had Christmas going up. Shit, just imagine motherfucker take away your Christmas back when you were little. Nigga, what? Stop. Boy, stop. Boy, stop. Every last Hebrew Israelite, goddamn, who claimed to be the most holiest Hebrew had a goddamn Christmas gift coming up.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Look at this, yo. Look, but the Lord is the true God. They got true God in the Bible. He is the living God and everlasting King. At his wrath, the earth shall tremble, and the nations shall not be able to abide his indignation. I like how they put that. But the Lord is the true God. All right. You know, them have a little thing there. A little thing there still, you know. There's a little thing that. It's a blood clot vibes. Yes, family, large up yourself, pick up yourself for 3 hours and just vibing out. Well, it's Christmas Eve, ain't nobody got no work to do tomorrow, so we just vibing out. Well, you ain't lying. I know y'all niggas catching hell, boy. I gotta go turn the heat on, boy. I don't know why my wife turned the heat on. Feel that shit in your bones, goddammit. That nigga Malachi be looking like he was freezing on the live today. That nigga Malachi be looking like he was freezing on the live. Nigga had the hoodie on, that cap. Nigga like, yeah, you know what I mean? So what we gonna do is freezing to death out this motherfucker. I know y'all catching it out there in the Midwest, man. Keep y'all heat on, family. It is freezing out there. I'm feeling that shit coming through the glass right now. Create a gay gang in the building, man. Yo, y'all niggas right here right now, son.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you
We got
headed, boy.
chestnuts freezing on an open fire right now. That's what
Chestnuts
Cosmo at right now, yo.
roasting on an open
Nigga Cosmo
fire.
said he got all the clothes, he got it all. He got all his
Chestnuts
Cosmo
roasting
goddamn
on an open
oil heaven
fire.
right
Where you
now.
headed, boy. To
With that cold
pine
weather.
oil heaven.
Chestnuts
That shit got us all in
roasting
pine oil
on
heaven
an
right
open
now.
fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
That shit ain't no joke. Pound old heaven catching niggas right now. Look what he say, yo.
Chestnuts roasting on an open
Pound old heavy
fire.
catching bodies right now, yo.
To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting
Yeah, I was in the city
on
yesterday,
an
man.
open
Niggas was out there trying to
fire.
sell shit like
Headed, boy.
like
To pine
I mean,
oil
out there trying to
heaven.
hustle and shit like
Chestnuts
selling shit. I mean,
roasting on an open
niggas was freezing to death out
fire.
there. I
Headed,
was
boy.
like, damn.
To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed,
I'm
boy.
outside now in
To
Charleston,
pine
North
oil
Carolina.
heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open
We all
fire.
catching that hell right
Headed,
now.
boy. To pine oil heaven.
We all catching a little bit of that pond oil heaven right now. You feel me? Facts, Angelica. All these empty buildings with people dying from the cold. Shame. It's facts, yo. Goddamn shame, yo. That's why we got a lot to do. The government got a lot. The government got a lot to do. You know, when you read the book of Judgment, they talk about government and caring for the people. You know what I'm saying? Becoming one with the people is a government in comparison to becoming divided with the people. Where we at with it? Look at Judgy. Judgment. We just vibing out with the family. You know how we do. You know how we do. We're going to go to the book of judgment real quick. You know what I mean? Touch about the government of man. Let's go right here real quick. You know what I mean? Angelica brought up a poem thing. All these empty buildings and people dying from the cold. So, you know, we have to blame the government for that because the government is responsible for for the people. Just like a king is responsible for everybody within his kingdom. You know what I mean? So, in return, the president and the government is responsible for the people, the needs of the people. And, you know, our government, you know, we'll read from the OWASP. Let me share my screen. I'm going to have to put on that heat in a minute. All right, where we at with it? So check it. In the book of Judgment, chapter 34, God judges the governments of man. Verse 1, God said, when a man has young children, he makes just laws in order to teach them discretion, justice, harmony, consideration in regard to one another. But when his children attain to be men and women, no longer holds a law over them, for they have become his equals as brothers and sisters. See that? Similar, in ancient times, I had provided you, O man, with governments and laws for the different nations and people. Comprehend. Nevertheless, I said unto you, let your government be like a father over the people and not as a separate matter against them. So with that being said, if them people dying in the cold was being taken care of like a father or a mother would, there would be nobody out there freezing to death. Because the government will be showing love like a mother. Which one of you niggas gonna let your children freeze to death? That same love that you have for your child is the same love the government's supposed to have for the people. With that, it'll be no goddamn poverty. But when you have disobeyed my commandments, your government is as one thing and your people as another thing. That which should be one entity, you have made into two. And that's exactly what's going on. The government and the people of America are divided. Huh? Your government has become a separate self from the people. See that? And the people are like servants supporting the lawmakers who trade in projects and schemes for their own profit and glory. See that? You know how many mayors in Atlanta that went to jail after they got out of the office for the schemes and projects they was running out here? Huh? I forgot the nigga name. Damn, I forgot some of them names. But to move forward. Since the earliest days, all the governments of man have drifted into this. See that? Into what? What you see today. When a government no longer fills the grade, keep in mind, it's all about ascension, the grades and rates. According to the advancement of the people, behold, your God withdraw his heavenly protection from that government, and the people run immediately in anarchy. And that's what you've seen in this country in the 60s, the 50s, anarchy, war, injustices, fights for equal rights. Black people in this country was treated like dog shit. This right here is a direct smack to the government of the U.S. for the treatment of niggas in this country. It stated what? When the government no longer fulfills its grade according to the advancements of the people, behold, your God withdraw his heavenly protection from that government, and the people run immediately in anarchy. So anytime you see a state in anarchy, when you see a government in anarchy, you know that God withdrew his holy protection. That's why that shit going on. Look what the state said. Do not lay the blame of anarchy, revolution, and assassination on the people. My judgment is against the government in all cases. See that? Huh? Didn't they assassinate Kennedy? Can't blame Kennedy. Can't blame the people. Who we got to blame? The government. We know that was an inside job, right? These conditions of vengeance are only the fruit resulting from the government's divergence from the will of Jehovah and the march of his light. See that? These governments, this is the Masonic order right here, the government. These are the high Masonic lodges we're talking about of office. Indiverse to Jehovah's will, the real order and lodge holder. For example, as the offspring of inharmonious parents or of parents wrapped up in selfishness are lower in grade than their predecessors. Even so do the subject of a king decline in grade in proportion to the prevention of liberty and the neglection of general instructions. See that? Judgment is rendered against government where it does not provide liberty to the people, and where it neglects providing means for the development of talents created withal. See that? Liberty for the people. What's this? See that? No liberty for the people, yo. See that? It's talking about us right here. What does it say? Judgment is rendered against government where it does not provide liberty to the people, where it neglects providing means for the development of the talent created withal. Nigga, that's us. They denied us liberty. We have to fight for our rights and all that type of things, right? Huh? Harriet Tubman and all that? Huh? Huey P. Newton and all them boys? In those respects, oh man, governments are measured and graded by your God. See that? Timetables of prophecy, baby. We dealing with measurements and grades. So if you understand the measurements and grades, you can determine the rise and fall of nations. Nigga, we can predict when this bitch gonna fall. Once we understand the grades and rates. That's why it's important to look into the truth of what the Owaspis is revealing, which is the service done unto others. By understanding the service done unto others, the grades and the rates, you could dictate and determine the rise and fall of nations. That's part of prophecy. In those respects, oh man, governments are measured and graded by your God. And whenever a government sets itself up to enforce and strengthen itself by violence against justice for the multitude, behold, I turn away from that government and I call away my lords and holy angels. See that? That's America. That happened to us. See that? What it say? What it say? Whenever a government sets itself up to enforce strength itself by violence, against justice for the multitude, didn't that happen to us? The civil rights movement and all that? Huh? Look at that. Civil rights movement. What did it say? And whenever a government sets itself up to enforce and strengthen itself by violence against justice for the multitude. That's what's going on here in the 60s. This is the multitude looking for justice, but they came with violence against us. And what happened in that act? I turned away from that government and I call away my lords and holy angels. So guess what, family? Guess what? When this shit going on, man, he withdrew. He withdrew. All hell breaking loose. And what did it say? And that drudges come upon those people, and the people fall upon their government and destroy it. See what happens? See, we're trying to march and freedom, but what's going to happen if the government don't get it right? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Y'all remember this? Y'all remember that? What they do? Attack the U.S. Capitol. What the verse say? And with that, drudges come upon those people, and the people fall upon their government and destroy it. These are the precursors. We seen the precursors of the real fall, which is going to come sooner or later, because the government is diverse from the people, and the government is not doing the job what they're supposed to. They almost burnt the bitch down. See the fire? They almost burnt this bitch to the ground. Look at that. Ain't no niggas out there. These Europeans. Nationality don't matter, but look, it's going to be their own that's going to tear on this shit. The Owaspis say the Americans are going to be attacked within, not from without. Don't expect no nuclear bombs to come from across the ocean to attack this bitch. It ain't going down. This shit is everything that's going to happen to America, or the fall of Babylon in America, is going to happen within. Just like you see this happen within America. What did the Owaspis say? And with that, grudges come upon those people, and the people fall upon their government and destroy it. Look what it states here. If a government is a king only and has no holy council, parliament, then the responsibility of the shortness is wholly his. So it's all on the president, unless he has a parliament. But if the king has a holy council, his cabinet, then the responsibility of shortness lies partly with the king, the president, and partly with the council, the cabinet, or the parliament. See that? So you got Biden, what's the other black chick in office? I forget her name, but yeah, all them responsible for what's going on in America. Judgment is rendered against them, not only in this world, but in the east world, the spirit world. Look at that. And each and every member of such a council shall be bound in the first resurrection until he has made amends to all his people for the shortness he manifested on earth. Now look at that. Now think of all the presidents we done had. Where we at, like the 48th president right now or something? Look what it stated, that the president's got to go through in spirit. Judgment is rendered against them, the presidents, not only in this world, but in the spirit world. And each and every member, being the presidents, of such a council shall be bound in the first resurrection. So think about President Reagan, all the presidents that came and went, until he has made amends to all his people for the shortness he manifests on earth. On earth, see that? Hear the wisdom of your God, O man, and consider the way of the righteous in the government of mortals. The nearer the two are to being one, that is the government and the people, the nearer they are like my heavenly kingdoms. See that? See that? That's a high point right there. That's a gem. So the more the government and the people become united, the more it's in semblance to my heavenly kingdom, moving in unison. But look, the more alienated the government is from the people, the further it is from the kingdom of your God. See that? So look what's going on right now. Look at the murder rate going on. Look at the shootings, the killings. Look at Philadelphia. Look at New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Cali, Detroit. All these crimes and murders going on. People getting put out their house neglected. Look, my couch, somebody died last night. Woman froze to death. You know what I mean? Evictions, people living on the street, poverty is increasing. The government is becoming more alienated to the people. And the more and further it becomes like that, the more it's going to get worse. Let this be a guide to you, O man and woman, in prophesizing the change and the overthrow of governments. According to the square of the distance a government is from Yahuwah, which is righteousness, so is the acceleration, the pace of its coming change or destruction. That's why I said if you understand the grades and rates, you will understand when the fall is going to come and know when to make the change, or when to know when to get the hell up out the cities. Do not think these matters are governed by chance or accident. See that? Jehovah is perfect, righteous, the everlasting, and all everlasting. So look at that. Don't think these matters are governed by chance or accident. Don't think like, you know what I mean, niggas, this is play. Like this shit is dealing with actual prophecy based off measuring the grades and rates of a nation. And the grades and rates of a nation is based off individual grades. So the more you understand the service done unto others, are you doing service done unto others righteously? Are you practicing righteousness to others? Are you teaching others in goodness, giving them comfort and joy? Or are you delighting in evil, making others unhappy, delighting in pollution and destruction? Which one is it? Because that is the balance between the two. Whether you're going to prosper in righteousness or you're going to see this coming destruction and fall with it. Here is all one for a people and their government to attain to be all one with each other. This is a great strength with the long existence and internal peace. So we got a long way to go, family. If you see a government and everybody getting along, ain't no drama, ain't no nothing going, them niggas had a long time to get it right. And they figured it out. And they have a what? An internal peace. You shall also consider this, O man. All governments are tending toward oneness with one another. This is the march of Jehovah. None can stop him. So this is going to be like this regardless. But if the more you become diverse, the more you're going down in destruction. Those who carry the light, moving in oneness, is going to prosper. Consider then what is wisdom between governments to make themselves reciprocal or toward one another. A government that sets itself up for itself and against other governments is a selfish government. And your God rates it the same as a selfish man. See that? Being desperate from Jehovah and his kingdom. Judgment is rendered against such a government. Neither my lords nor my holy angel shall bless that government. We in trouble if we don't get it right. Governments that practice affiliation to bring about reciprocal brotherhoods between governments are on the right road toward the Father's everlasting kingdom. Do not flatter yourselves, O men, that these matters can escape the observation of your God. See that? The affairs, legislations, laws, treaties, and all things that governments accomplish directly or indirectly, good or bad, are known and recorded in the heavens of the earth. You hear that? Nigga, we may be documented in the kingdoms of God, yo. The kingdoms of God may be looking down and be like, yo, look, they got a little crew called Creator Gang, and they out there repping, you know what I mean? And we record up in the heavenly kingdoms, yo. That's what it's saying right here. He says, do not flatter yourselves, O man, that these matters can escape the observation of your God. He said, yeah, nigga, I'm watching. I see what y'all doing on there. He said, the affairs, the legislations, the laws, treaties, and all things that governments accomplish directly or indirectly, good or bad, are known and recorded in the heavens of the earth. I went through earlier about the records in heaven, the libraries. And the leaders, kings, and councils shall sooner or later face them, and they shall judge their own fullness or shortness in serving Jehovah in righteous wisdom. See that? See that? So coming back to what the sis was saying earlier, the more we understand Creator, the more we'll be unified. The more we'll be unified as one government or one body of people, the more we diversify ourselves, the faster we're going to find ourselves in destruction. Give me a 1 in the chat if you get that understanding. We just vibing out on this Christmas Eve. You know how we do. Let me go turn the heat off, family, because it's starting to freeze out here. Yes, King, most definitely. That's the end game right there, is to get out the cities and get to the rural areas. Get out in the countryside. Let's parallel that to some of the stories of Scripture. When we look at the story of Abraham, Abraham is told to leave his native city and go to a land that I'm going to show you. So he's leaving the city and going to the outskirts. That's just an example there. Another example, when Moses is in Egypt with the Israelites, that's the city. They leave and go into the wilderness. That's where they find the sanctuary and their safety net. So that's like leaving the city of Egypt, hitting the green pastures with the story of Moses. And then, what's another example after that? Even in Revelations, when it tells you, get out of her, my people, get out of Babylon. And then it talks about the woman going into the wilderness for a time and a half a time, running from the serpent and shit like that in Revelations. So it's a lot of analogies where it shows you that you have to get out the cities and go to the countryside, more pure grounds. Because the great harvest of drudges is concentrated in the city. Don't get me wrong, they can get out there in the outskirts too, but they're mainly concentrated in the cities. Like cities like New York City, great congregation of drudges. That's why the attitude and the behavior of the New York band is kind of like aggressive, because it's a lot of spiritual inspirations based off the amount of people that died in that city concentrated in that small area. See what I'm saying? It ain't like Atlanta where it's kind of spread out. Somebody's killings and going on, but it's spread. That's not concentrated in one area. You have more niggas probably spirited out in the woods out here than spirited out in the cities like in New York City. When somebody get killed, they spirits is lingering in the city. Nigga get clipped out here, they spirits may hit the woods and linger in the woods and shit. You feel me? It's that deep. But your best bet is to save that bread, come together, people, family come together and get land. If you got family that got land already, I might as well start building that shit up. Get out there and start building that shit up. It's fact, because Creator made man blank from good and evil. He said, I created man blank as to good and evil. And man shall add on to himself. It's like a hard drive. Nigga created you a hard drive, and you can put on the hard drive what you use based on what you put on the download. That's what we doing? That's what we doing? That's what we doing, family? Definitely a good read, I'll say that. Definitely an intriguing read. Definitely an intriguing read, I'll say that. That's one of the reasons I just brought it to the forefront. Like, yo, you put this on social media, ain't nobody doing it. Eventually, when it came surfing, came to the forefront. Well, I said Cosmon Cal in the building. Let me read something in the Book of Osiris right quick. Because a lot of times people get it confused where they think everybody's supposed to think the same. We're hearing people say, oh, he's not preaching the Owaspi correct. He's representing the book wrong. You got people that want to play gatekeepers of the information. So let me see if I can find that verse. I find this verse quite intriguing. What Jaja said. I found this verse real intriguing. Hold on, let me let the rhythm. Matter of fact, let me give y'all some of this right quick. Let me give y'all some of this. Oh, it's a blood clot vibes. Yes, family. Yes, family. You know what it is. It's a blood clot vibes. Run the rhythm. Let me find this verse while the rhythm will run. It's a vibes. Now check it, family. You know, a lot of people like to put us in a box and make us want to think one-minded, like somebody's supposed to bring this revelation one particular way. But the diversity of Jehovah says different. And we're going to read right here, quick, fast, what it states. This is in the Book of Osiris, son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 2. It states, Jehovah said, do not think, O man, that I give talents to men differently on earth and women differently on earth, and there to end, making my exalted places to be even shorn and alike. See that? I did not create man so, but as one man on earth. Let me start from there. This is the highlight. This is the point here. But as one on earth is mild and leads on by smooth words and persuasive behavior. What's up, baby? And another by quick perceiving and strong logic, plunge and headlong. Even so, I carry them onward in my high heavens. See that? Perfecting them in their bent, but with wisdom and love, till each become as a son in his fair. See that? So right here, the creator is letting you know, like, nigga, ain't nobody, y'all ain't gonna be one and the same. You got some cats that are smooth and laid back, and some cats that are strong-willed and headlong jump into situations. Creator said, yeah, I'm gonna let them niggas grow just like that. Headlong, yeah, you're gonna continue to grow in that until you perfect that what you're doing. Somebody who is strong-willed, you're gonna perfect that. Somebody who got quick perceiving, you're gonna perfect that. Who got smooth words and persuasive behavior, you're gonna perfect that. What Jaja say in the next verse? Do not fear, O man, whether I have labor for them in high heaven. I have worlds to be nurtured and coaxed at times, worlds to be pruned at times, and worlds to be commanded at times by most severe authority, and made to know that all power lies in me through my gods and lords. See that? See that? For these exalted extreme gods, see that? What do you say right here? Extreme. What extreme gods be like? These niggas ain't playing no games. You ever came across some extreme niggas? Some overly aggressive ass niggas in the hood? It's like, yeah, you don't wrestle with them niggas. Them niggas on some other, you know what I mean? Them niggas, they doing, it's like when you young and you hanging with the older niggas. And them older niggas are super aggressive and you the young nigga they get to push around and because you ain't, you know what I mean? You ain't reached that point of aggression yet as a youngster. So it states, for these exalted extreme gods, I have places in the firmament and numberless worlds on which they dwell as stars in my heavens. There I make roadways for my traveling corporeal worlds where my Etherian fields of pasture lie to glorify me and lead on the mortal born. So now to my commanding god Osiris, who ruled in Lotson, most amiably with equals, but was high sprung with impatience. Look at the mentality of Osiris. That's what they said. That's how I read that verse earlier about the diversity of mentalities. Osiris' mentality was high sprung with impatience towards self-willed ignorance. High sprung with impatience. That's Osiris. That's him. High strung. You ever met a nigga like, yo, impatient? So Osiris, he's one of these extreme gods who is what? High sprung with impatience. And coming back up here, when it states, Jehovah said, do not think, O man, that I give talents to men differently on the earth, and to make, and there to end, making my exalted places to be shunned and alike. I did not create man so, but one on earth who is mild and leads on by smooth words and persuasive behavior, and another, this is Osiris, by quick perceiving, strong will, plundering headlong. That's Osiris. By quick perceiving, strong will, plundering headlong. That's this nigga right here. When it states he's what? High sprung with impatience towards self-willed ignorance. That's why when you read the book of Osiris, he ain't playing the game with these niggas. He ain't following none of these niggas' rules and structures or commandments. He's going straight to the false god and calling them niggas out like, nigga, come outside. And he's like, hold up, how this nigga passed through my heavenly kingdom and ain't bow down to me before coming to my arena? This nigga Osiris pulling up in the arena right in front of their kingdoms like, nigga, what's good? He the real bully on the block. You feel me? So the Creator makes us diverse from each other. And there's another verse in the book of Osiris in the last chapter where it gives you another precept on top of that as an example of diversity of personalities. Right here. This is in the book of Osiris, chapter 13, verse 2. It's a precept to what I just read. Jehovah has said, some men I created to reason upon events near at hand, others to speculate upon events in remote regions, with thoughts diverse and unalike in procedure. Do not think, O man, that in high heaven such men become alike, all alike. See that? For I did not create them so, but to run in their various extremes forever. See that? That's the precept to what we just read. Let me pull that up and put it side by side. That's a precept to what we just read with Osiris in chapter 2. That's the precept to this right here. So Osiris, son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 2, the precept to this can coincide with Osiris, son of Jehovah, chapter 13, verse 2. So I'm going to read verse 2 and 2 again, and then I'm going to read chapter 13 and 2. So Jehovah said, do not think, O man, that I give talents to men differently on the earth, and there to end, making my exalted places to be even shorn and alike. I do not create man so. I did not create man so. But as one on earth is mild and leads on by smooth words and persuasive behavior, and another and as another by quick perceiving and strong will, plunge in headlong. Even so I carry them onward in my high heavens, perfecting them in their bent, but with wisdom and love, till each become as the sun in its fair. And the precept to that, Jehovah had said, some men I created to reason upon events near at hand, others to speculate upon events in remote regions, with thoughts diverse and unlike in procedure. Do not think, O man, that in high heaven such men become all alike. See that? For I did not create them so, but to run in their various extremes forever. So don't think we are going to be running around thinking the same. That's what makes us unique, thinking different, thinking diverse thoughts, thinking outside the box, instead of just thinking about the norm, thinking about what the scholars, the censors say. And you just regurgitating somebody else's work, and you're not even being creative. You and your using your wisdom and diverse thinking, you know what I mean, and procedure. So that's a nice little precept showing that we ain't gonna be the ones caught up dealing with one thought, one mind, diverse thinkings. We deal with diverse thinking. That's how we come up with different ideas, bring it to the table and challenge it. Right. Osiris was not playing. He was stepping to those false gods. Yeah, he was. They want to talk about gangster. Osiris probably was the most gangster in the Owaska. He won't play no games. Every 400 years is a harvest. That's the succession of the gods. And earth angels are basically lords, gods of land. Let me go to the book of Woods. The book of Jehovah. They're called harvest. There's the succession of the gods. Right here. But first you said earth angels. Those will be gods of land. And God shall appoint, this is the book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 13. And God shall appoint chiefs under him, who shall go down and dwell on the earth with mortals, and the labor of these chiefs shall be with mortals for their resurrection, and these chiefs shall be called lords, for they are gods of land, which is the lowest rank of my commissioned God. So they go your earth angels. When you refer to earth angels, these are angels. Hold on. These are angels of the earth. It says, who shall go down and dwell on the earth. So they go your earth angels, they're lords. Now to ask about, you said about the successions. Here's the successions. And God and his Lord shall have dominion from 200 years to 1,000 years, but never more than 3,000 years, according to the reign of light, into which I bring the earth. So shall the terms be for their office of my gods and lords. So the reign of gods could be anywhere from 2,000 years on up to 1,000 years, but never more than 3,000 years. So there you have it. That's the succession of the gods. Osiris was the real OG. He ain't playing. He ain't playing. Osiris was no jizzo. Yes, sir, I feel the most will not use the conduit when they decide to speak. I think it will be universal thought. No doubt. No peace out. Yes, family. Yeah, we just vibing out. We ain't going nowhere. We vibing out on this Christmas Eve. You know, it's chestnuts
Chestnuts roasting on an open
chestnuts roasting. Y'all
fire.
stay warm out there.
To pine
Stay warm
oil
out there.
heaven.
Chestnuts
Don't let that
roasting
pine oil
on
heaven
an
weather
open
get you.
fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting
In freezing
on an
weather.
open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Yeah, it's freezing out there, boy. I ain't lying. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, yo. These conditions can't no man live under. Man cannot be created in such conditions. The tropical climate is the conditions fit for man's creation. So it's like, in order to really make sense of man's creation on this planet, and I could bet the weather that it was more hostile in the past. You know, we thinking it's cold now. It was probably reaching goddamn 40 below, 50, and damn near 100 below back in 70,000 years ago. Ain't no telling what type of condition. We already looked at beyond just drying that, you know, that it was only a certain area, like North America was a shield of ice damn near. That's deep. Beyond as dry as North America was damn near a sheet of ice. Who's to say that shit ain't gonna come back to that? How can I get that beat? You know I'm a producer, son. I got tracks. You know what I mean? I got that premiere sounding shit, son. I got that Wu-Tang Mob Deep. You know what I mean? Pete Rock type of tracks. Lux in the building. When I was in Alaska, it hit 40 to 50 below. Oh man, I could imagine. 40, 50 below? Yo, that's serious. I just seen a little documentary on YouTube about a dude who went up to Alaska and they did an interview. They wanted to see, you know what I mean, like how niggas was thugging out there in Alaska. And that shit was pretty dope. It was like, wow, like niggas are getting it out there. And you used to live out there, so I already know you know firsthand experience. But god damn, 40, 50 below? Yeah, that's some next level shit right there. That's definitely some next level shit right there. Yes, family, Sila Selector. That's my new name, Sila Selector, no 1 and 2. It's a blood clot vibes, yes, family. We party tonight, Christmas Eve. Chestnuts roasting. We roasting false gods tonight. Find all heaven for these false gods. Y'all rocking out with me. 3 hours, 52 minutes in. We vibing out. We just vibing out. Run the MC spirit out. So check this, right? All right. So this is the book of Esdras, chapter 4, verse 1. Give ear, O man, and be wise in your judgment, of sure perception and good discernment in the revelations of my words in the cycles past and present. Goddamn, nigga, that one verse said a mouthful. All right. Check this. For I summoned up all the gods of the Hadean regions of the earth, and all their high officers in the plateaus and their heavenly kingdoms, and I named them God. In their dominions with mortals, I named them Lord. In my past revelations on earth, I made them as one, namely God, so that I would not confuse the judgment of men. So they trying to make this shit easy for us to understand. Like, all right, instead of giving these niggas this diversity, we're going to classify all these niggas up under one title so we don't confuse mortals. Because mortals are already confused because in one verse in the Bible, it says, there is no gods besides me. There in another verse, it says, let us make men. So man is confused, so we're just going to sum it up as to this. That's what we're talking about. In all heavenly places of the earth, the atmosphere heavens, which travel with the earth around the sun, I named Hada. Or Haiti, the intermediate world, the lower heaven, through which none can pass to the Etherian heaven till purged of self and made spotless, pure, and strong in spirit. See that? This goes for everybody, period. This just don't goes for the Israelites. This goes for each and every individual person born on this planet with the birthright to Etheria. This is what you got to do. You got to purge self, which is self, Satan. You got to purge prejudice and hate for your fellow human, your fellow Homo sapien. Check this. Of this Hadean heaven, lower heaven, of her gods and their labors, I made two words, God and heaven. And Esdras is their sermon, in which the nations of the earth and you angels of heaven shall profit in spirit, even as by past experience the future becomes fortified in wisdom and strength. In which sermon all resurrection is of God, who is Jehovah's Son. See that? But to distinguish from that which is of God, I named all who do not desire resurrection in heaven, but love the earth more Satan. And whoever loved evil and practiced it, I named Satan. And whoever combined as angels or as mortals to make anarchy, I named evil workers for hell. Evil workers for hell is niggas who like to practice evil. If you running around here practicing evil, your ass is an evil worker for Satan. So in the book of Escrow, they just giving it to you in layman terms for the reader. As God and heaven are of the resurrection, so are Satan, hell, and the devil of the declination. So they just giving it to you in layman terms. And then it states what? All men on earth and all the spirits of the dead belong to one or the other, resurrection or declination. And it stated what? None can stand still. All the living are on the move forever. Jehovah is life, motion, individual person, in proof of which he gave to you life, motion, and individuality, person. To develop these four entities is resurrection toward him, more and more, which is heavily. To neglect them or pervert them is to go away from him, which is declination, which can lead to entire destruction. Take heed from thy creator. He knows best. No man can be life for another. So see that? Let's stop right there for a minute, right there. That cuts the whole savior concept. Jesus died for your sins. Get that out of here. No man can be life for another. Jesus Christ did not come down here and died for you niggas' sins. And then 2,000 years later, your ass out here still sinning. And then Jesus got to come down again and die for your sins. Get out of here. No man can be life for another, nor motion, nor individuality. Hold on, let me highlight it. No man can be life for another, nor motion, nor individuality, nor person for another. For himself and to himself, Jehovah has created man with these. See that? Nor can any of the gods, however exalted, give or take away these things which Creator has given. For even though the highest raised angels may attain to turn the earth over or to dissolve it into air in the firmament or create a new earth, yet none of these can create life or motion or an individual person. Look what it stated, though. Look what it stated. For even though the highest raised angels, look what it state these niggas could do, create a new earth. Uh-oh. Being procreators under creator, mimicking creator. So when God said, let us make men, God creating the heavens and the earth, you got angels that can create an earth. You got angels that can dissolve it into thin air. It says what? To turn the earth. So it's letting you know that you have angels with these high capabilities. But regardless of how high these angels can attain to be, it says none of these can attain to create life or motion or individual or person. All those from Creator. I said, boy. These are from Jehovah and in him. And all angels, gods, lords, generals, captains, chiefs in heaven are only the brothers and sisters of both mortals and the spirits of the dead. Look at that. We just described how niggas could create worlds, dissipate them, Flip them over. And these are one-time human beings. These are your brothers and sisters, high raised in these realms spiritually, that could attain to do these things under the authority of Creator, Jaja. This is a killer verse right here. It says, all angels, gods, let me highlight it. All angels, lords, generals, captains, chiefs in heavens are only the brothers and sisters of both mortals and spirits of the dead. That's a smack in the face right there. That's when I first read that, it was like a nigga just smacked me in the face, like, wake up, nigga. You ain't know this? You over here worshiping gods and lords thinking it's the most high, nigga. That's your brother and sisters you worshiping, nigga. That's grandma, that's grandpa nigga, you ain't gonna go worship grandpa. That's grandpa sitting on the throne. He just holding office, nigga, just like when you was on earth and your president was holding office, you ain't gonna worship your president, right? Smack, wake your ass up, boy. That's what that shit felt like when I read this verse, because it was like, damn, these ain't nothing but the brothers and sisters of moral spirits of the dead. Some niggas ain't having that. Hebrew Israelites ain't having that. You trying to tell me my God is a brother and a sister of the dead, a spirit of the dead? Oh, hell no, I ain't worship no spirit of the dead. You niggas have no clue of what you worship. Owaspy is giving it to you cut and dry. Cut and dry, and you running from it. And yet, O man of the earth, and ye angels of heaven of the earth, do not be puffed up or make light of the gods, or lords, or saviors, or chiefs of the heavens. For compared to them, you are only like a drop of water is compared to an ocean. See that? These gods are so exalted, so advanced, that nigga, you can't even put a nail on these niggas. They'll do some miraculous thing to us like, God damn, this nigga just created a whole world before niggas' faces. That nigga God, he the creator. Niggas gonna bow down and start worshiping that nigga. We see some shit like that. As a man among you employs 1,000 men to do his abiding, so do I, your God, have billions of angels to speak in my name. See that? Billions. Look what it say here. Do not put off my words, saying it is only your consciousness speaking. How many times you say that? I'm speaking to myself. Look what it states. My angels speak in you. My angels speak to you in spirit, with my very voice and words, which are Jehovah's also. See that? See what this verse is saying? Do not put off my words, saying it is only your consciousness speaking. You know when you hear that little voice in your head that tells you to go right instead of left walking down the street? Or that little voice in your head that tells you stay in the house, just wait till tomorrow to do it? Huh? What did it say? Do not put off my words, saying it is only your consciousness speaking. It stated what? My angels speak to you in spirit. See that? With my very voice and words, which are Jehovah's also. Now, when I tell you this, the Owaspy say spirit communion. Do you know you communicate with spirits every night you go to sleep? Sleep is the time of spirit communion. You thinking you ain't communicating with the spirits, you communicate with the spirits every time you go to sleep. You're just unaware of it. You're just not prepped to it. You're not aware of it. You're not aware that sleep is a time for your physical body to rest, but it's also a time for your spirit to reconnect to its realm, where it came from. And sleep is when we get most of our visions and dreams and messages. It was a dream. What was it? Who was it? Joseph? The nigga had a dream and told the nigga to go to Egypt. Isn't that spirit communion? Huh? What was the next nigga who had the dream? Them verses in the Bible with the dreams and shit. And the dreams was the way and the means for the spirit to communicate. Daniel, when he interpreted the king's dream, spirit communion. There's some spiritual shit going. Every night you go to sleep is spirit communion. The deepest meditation you could do is sleep. When you wake up and do meditations while you're conscious, those are just conscious meditations when you alert. But the deepest meditation is goddamn sleep. If you can meditate and reach a sleep state of consciousness while meditating, that's another level. But when your ass go to sleep, your ass tap the fuck in. You wake up having dreams, regardless of what the dream about, you in the realm. Regardless if it's a subjective heaven, it's a matrix shit, you plugged in the matrix, and you in a simulated reality, or if it's a message that need to be told for you from grandma. I had a vision, I had a dream. My grandma was in a dream, and she told me this in the dream. What did Jehovah say? Don't put off my words. When you get these messages from grandma in the dream or grandpa or loved ones who done passed on, and they came to you in the dream with a message, and you remember that shit, do not put my words off, saying it is only your consciousness speaking. My angels, which is grandma and grandpa in spirit, they angels now. They speak to you in spirit because they love you. They want the best for you. And if they in service to the Creator, what? With my voice and words, they speak in Jehovah's words. Do good, boo-boo. Don't stop. Turn from evil, boo-boo. This angel telling you that, refrain from evil. Those are the words of the Creator. So don't sleep on sleep. Sleep is the greatest meditation. Sleep is spirit communion. According to the capacity and talents of those mortals who practice my commandments, so do I appropriate them to assist in the resurrection. Look at that. And in the same way, I allude my guardian angels to abide with mortals, to abide with you, to the musicians, angel musicians, to the philosophers, angel philosophers. See that? Regardless of what the trade is, it's angels that are there to inspire you in the trade. So if you like music, we got music, we love music, I make tracks. Look, it's angels that can inspire me in the creative element, especially with the lyrics. Help gather your thoughts, put lyrics together. If you're a philosopher, angel philosophers. To the historians, angel historians. See that? So niggas talk about the hieroglyphs ain't been deciphered. Well, you got angels that may give you the tools to decipher the hieroglyph. The angels of the time of the hieroglyph, them niggas may come back. Like, nigga, I'm the nigga who put that goddamn hieroglyph up. Let me tell you the meaning. But this is the angelical connection to the. See, if you want to know the mysteries of the past, you got to communicate with the angels. Because they got the records in the libraries of heavens, and they can relate the records to you. And if you can remember, you write them just down, and lo and behold, the records are rewritten of the past. And you got it through communicating with the angels of that day. To the cosmographer, angel cosmographer. To the revelator, angel revelators. Even so to all men who seek to serve Jehovah by doing good. So as long as you go doing good in any of these facets, you're going to be back and given guardian angels are the Creator. He's going to send his angels to assist you. And these, my guardian angels, Ashars, which I place over you, are not individual angels. See that? Merely acting and speaking their own notion, but are organized. See that? Companies of billions who labor through a chief angel called Lord. And all of them are in concord with me and my kingdoms, directed by my holy council of millions of angels, high in wisdom, which is directed by me, your God, even as I am one with the gods, with other gods who are one with Jehovah. Look at the magnitude of that. Look at the man who said, look, but are organized companies of billions. And these are under the Lord. These billion companies up under the Lord. And then you got those directed by my holy council of millions of angels, and then directed by me, your God, even as other gods who are one with Jehovah. So, like, your guardian angel ain't just working on his own behalf. He's connected to a line of light in a system of a vein of other celestial bodies that's in cahoots, doing the same work and inspirations throughout the planet. It's a global dominance. What my angels do in truth and wisdom for righteousness' sake, these I ratify in heaven. What I do in heaven, my angels do and reveal to you in my name. See that? That's why we get these revelations. These are the revelations of heaven. These are the mysteries of heaven being revealed. Huh? These are the mysteries, my brothers and sisters. Run the rhythm. Nigga, that's real shit. Wildin' Eba. Wildin' Eba. Oh, I had a dream ass niggas. What eyes are you seeing with as you dream? See that? That's the question. That's the question. What eyes you seeing with? That in the book of inspiration. Let me see. I look for. Hey, my good friend. I'll look for it in a minute. That's them spiritual eyes right there, fam. That's right. Bong, there you go. Jehovah gave man sleep so that his composure-bound spirit might see and hear heavenly things. But man loadeth his stomach in debauchery and intoxication, smoke and drunk, and his soul is buried. See that? So right there is even showing you that dreams is for you to connect and see and hear spiritual things. And even in our debauchery and intoxication and smoke, we still get a glimpse of what's going on. So you can imagine if you purify what comes with it. Right. And a good example of that, is the story of Brahma and his wife, where his son Hog doesn't see angels. He was born in darkness, and that's a good story to complement that. Son, you see, check this out. Check this out, fam. You see, son. Let's keep the rhythm of go. Let's switch the rhythm. Run this blood clot. got one for you. First book of God. First book of God. 1924. All right, got one. Got one. No. First book of God. It's a blood clot vibes. Now check this, family. We keeping the vibes going. You know how we do. Check this out. For the unbeliever, even the Owaspi gives credit to the unbeliever. Check this out. This is first book of God, chapter 19, verse 24, where it states, the Creator created two great men, the faithless and the unbeliever. The first has passed through the trials of the flesh and attained to the Father's voice. For in becoming one with the Father, he no longer stands in fear of anything in heaven or earth. The glory of constant resurrection is before him forever. All men who have not attained this may be compared to a man going up a slippery hillside, who often rises high but suddenly slides low. They glorify themselves with their own light, wisdom, and good gifts, rejoicing for self's sake for the glory that have fallen upon them, but they are cowards. Check this out. Nevertheless, the Creator created a great man amongst these, and that is the unbelieving man. He has neither gold nor silver, nor house nor land, and he is without spiritual sight or spiritual hearing, but his glory is in understanding his own understanding. Huh? He is the one, hold on. He is the one who subdues the forest and tames the beasts of the field to man's service. He goes alone in the dark, fearing nothing. He does not allow the course of any man, but searches for himself. The priest cannot make him believe, huh? Nor can the angels of heaven, huh? Nor can subdue his judgment. None can subdue his judgment. He ain't hearing none of it. He sees the glory of the earth and manhood. He calls to the multitude, saying, why do you permit others, even priests, to think for you? Arise and be a man. Arise and be a woman. Huh? He inspires of the earth and for the earth. Through his arm, tyrants and evil kings are overthrown. Through him, doctrines and religions are sifted to the bottom, and the falsehood and evil in them cast aside. Yes, who but Ormaz could have created so great a man as the unbeliever? Look at that. Huh? See the wisdom of the Creator using the unbeliever? Understand this. These two men, the faithless and the unbeliever, do most of all the good that is done in the world. One labors at the top of the hill, calling upward. The other labors at the bottom of the hill, pushing upward. That's powerful. See that? The unbelieving man. What did it say right here? This is cold-blooded. He do not follow the course of any man, but searches for himself. Ain't that what we doing? We ain't following these guys no more. What it states, the priest cannot make him believe. These Hebrew Israelites out here trying to be priests can't make us believe their doctrine. Nor the angels of heaven. None can subdue his judgment. You can't subdue our judgment anymore. We done figured it out. Even the angels of heaven can't subdue us no more. We can determine if you're coming from the Creator or not at this point. So we had to be like the unbelieving man. We couldn't believe in shit. We had to prove it and test it. And by doing that, sees the glory of the earth and manhood. He calls to the multitude, saying, why do you permit others, even the priest, to think for you? Arise and be a man. Arise and be a woman. Why do you permit others, even the priest, to think for you? See that? That's the key logic right there. This is what the unbeliever is saying. The nigga who don't believe in, this is what he's saying. You letting Jesus think for you. See that? Why you let the priest think for you? Why you let the messiahs think for you? Think for yourself. But that's the gym on the unbelieving man, yo. That shit is dope. It's dope. Levels to this shit. Let's bring it.
Chestnuts roasting on an open
On this Christmas
fire.
Eve, we bring it
boy,
in.
to pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open
See that,
fire.
That's where you
Still
headed,
doing the
boy.
work of the
To
Creator.
pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an
Still doing the
open
work of the Creator. The
fire.
Headed,
unbeliever.
boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Run the chestnuts. Christmas Eve vibes.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
So we got another verse, a little precept.
Chestnuts roasting
Go to the book of
on an open
Osiris.
fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting
Osiris, chapter 13.
on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
And that's where these niggas, if they don't get it right, following these false gods. You dig? So now we're in the book of Osiris, chapter 13. We're going to start with verse 4. For such seasons appear in all peoples under the sun, a season of belief, a season of unbelief. And with the believing is the practice of truth and love. And with the unbelieving is the practice of great research and learning with cruelty and disputation. So that's just another verse dealing with the believer and the unbeliever. With the unbeliever comes great researchers. Your brother Uncle Ket, The Amarat, those are great researchers. Your Sonetta TVs, those are your great researchers because they don't believe. They got to research and prove it, which is actual fact. While we, up on the other hand, is dealing with the spiritual, which would be something that will be considered outside of reality, outside of this physical reality. So the Osirian system is what many people today are under. The unbelief of spirituality comes from the Osirian cycle, because this whole purpose was to suppress the spiritual side and let man investigate natural philosophy based off the previous cycle of Apollo. But yeah, so when you read the Owaspy, it's crazy because it's a chain reaction of events. So you just can't read the book of Osiris because the book of the previous cycle, Thor, is gonna lead up to why Osiris got to do what he got to do. You know what I mean? So the chain reaction is dope. So let's read this first. Osiris said, "Send for my resurrections, O Jehovah. I have uprooted the evil of idol worship, the extreme that follows too much belief. I have opened man's eyes to your corporeal world," see that? "And set a mark on man's soul, so that no more shall man come from earth to heaven, saying, Alice, I have no corporeal knowledge." Jehovah said, to further man's ultimate glory, I have decreed the earth to Jayan fields for 3,000 years, in which your fruit shall have its full growth. And Osiris foresaw the time and place in the future road of the earth and heaven, and that from his decrees would spring corporeal philosophy, the first of the earth, to which men would look back in future ages, saying, from there sprang the Osirian system, from there the Osirian race. Yet he looked further on when men would become adulterers in disbelief of spiritual things. This is the atheist mindset. Those who catch me on Sonetta, who don't believe in spirituality, that try to disprove spirituality, that mindset came from the Osirian cycle, where it states, right here, hold on, let me get it. Let me just highlight that part. Where my cursor at? Yet he looked further on when men would become adulterers in disbelief of spiritual things, doing worship to the sun, moon, and stars, and in very corpore or physicality, profess to find the cause and foundation of all. And that's what they do. The non-believers, the atheists, they look in corporality. They look in the physical to find the cause of all things. But the cause is in the unseen realm. The vortex that put things in motion is unseen to the celestial body. What we see is the celestial body. That's the corporeal. That's what they're investigating. So they're investigating the physical without investigating the vortex which created the physical. So they don't understand the cause. They just locked into the effect. They're trying to study the effect, but they're not getting to the root of the cause of the effect, because they deny the spiritual things or the unseen. But it was a reason for that to happen at this particular time with Osiris. So the time of Osiris is when man studied physicality only and dismissed spirituality, and that mind state you still see today. Jehovah said, man shall search in all things in order to find me, but I give this labor not to one generation of men, nor to those of 100 or 1,000 years, but to cycles. For when I come in Cosmon to find my kingdom on earth, man shall have the testimony of all speculations and philosophies before him, together with their fruits, and he shall judge that which is good by the evidence of past practice. See that? So we in the Cosmon era. We got the last 6,000 years of history up on our before us. Because, history speaking, it starts with Narmer, the first Egyptian pharaoh, and then coming on down the line. Because you got the Egyptians who studied under the Egyptians. Everybody, the Persians, the Greeks, everybody came from the Egyptians. So the last 6,000 years, we got all the speculation, all the philosophies before us. It's a blood clot vibe, yes, family. Yes, family, that's how we moving, yo. We getting it in. Run the rhythm. Done no sister, y'all know what I mean? Know those things, yo. High level vibes y'all dealing with, yes? No joke business. That's right, the resurrection is a harvest, that's right. Peace to the family. You know how we do. Well, we're gonna go ahead and ride out, family. We've been on for a good little minute on this Christmas Eve. We're gonna go ahead and sign it out. Your boy Shalom. Catch me tomorrow. We're gonna be on. We go ahead and promote Primo. This is going on tomorrow. Chime in tomorrow. We're going to be on Nazarene and Faithless Sisterhood. We're going to be talking about the timetables of prophecy, 8 o'clock sharp. The YouTube channel is right there, youtube.com. Ahava Batya. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. You know what I mean? I'll share the link. We're going to go live. So with that, family, we're going to go ahead and close it on out. We're going to close it on out with the new rhythm, with the new track. Let's run it from the top. You know how we do. And we up out of here, family. Sila Shalom. Your boy is out. Peace to the righteous gods and goddesses. Gang, gang. I'll let you boys. This is the chat.